since the word might be muted. Privacy mute. Cool. We're good.
I'm going to turn my volume. I turned my speakers up all the way and unmuted.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah. Stuff just happens. Looks like it's green now.
We might be live right now.
Yeah, we're live.
We're live.
All right.
All right. So is the public on the far right?
Yes. That's what the public is seeing at the moment.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. With that,
Somebody hooked up.
It's still connected. It's still going.
all right. With that, I will just I will call to order the April 29th, 2025 meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board. We have a number of hearings today, with the first several being cases involving a 5-member board review, followed by then cases of who are certified as adults, and we will have additional board members joining us. At this time, we'll do a roll, and member Christine Bray.
Here.
Member Joe Earhart.
Here.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Member Andrew Larson.
Here.
Member Cheryl Ramstead.
Here.
And we will be adding 2 members shortly here. And so this time, I think we're just waiting to connect to the facility. Is that correct for the first hearing?
Yes, it is.
John's getting.
Just have a few technical difficulties we're working through, and we'll get started in a moment here.
Okay. If you didn't hear that, there's a few technical issues that just in terms of connection, we're working through those.
And Althea is Mr. Tovar's mother.
Okay. It's on. I see her on. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Excellent. Thank you. Just waiting to connect to the facility, and we'll be with you momentarily.
Okay.
If I do, am I getting ready?
John, are you able to get Faribault? Yeah.
Yes.
Caseworker says she's sitting in the room, John, and they have it on.
Faribault, are you able to hear us?
One second.
I can do something. Okay.
There we go.
There it
Faribault,
works.
can you hear us?
Yes.
All right.
All
Good.
right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Mr. Alex Tovar, who is present by video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Faribault. Mr. Tovar and his mother, also has his mother, an advocate, Miss Elvia Trevino, participating by video today. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, along with members Christine Bray, member Cheryl Ramstead, and on your screen you will also see member Andrew Larson and member Joe Earhart. Our records indicate that on January 31st of 1998 in the city of St. Paul, Minnesota, Ramsey County, police officers discovered the body of Joshua Christensen in his car. He appeared to have been beaten severely and stabbed in several locations. His head had been partially covered in masking tape, and there were stab wounds to his abdomen and neck. Witnesses reported that Christensen was last seen at a house party in St. Paul in the company of Alex Tovar and several other men. They reported that Christensen had incurred some drug debt and that he was instructed to distribute drugs to pay off the debt. Alex Tovar was sent with to ensure that he did as he was instructed. Witnesses at the party indicate that an argument ensued between Tovar and Christensen and that they went to the backyard of the property. A short time later, Tovar returned to the house with Christensen in a headlock, and tape had been placed around the eyes and nose of Christensen. Several individuals, including Tovar, began to punch and kick him. He was again taken away from the house. A witness stated that Tovar left the kitchen with a large knife and later returned saying, "It's done." On February 2nd of 1999, Alex Tovar was sentenced to life imprisonment in Ramsey County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Tovar's initial review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on his life sentence will occur on April 7th of 2028. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good morning, Mr. Tovar. How are you today?
Nervous.
Okay. Hopefully you'll calm down a little bit as we get into this conversation. But I'd like to start by asking you to describe or talk a little bit about what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I think first and foremost, I would hope to gain you guys' trust and belief that if I can continue on with my step down program, that I will, continue to be who I am today. I'm not the person that I was 27 years ago. I've changed drastically. And I just hope to gain your trust and see that through my actions, through what I've done, through, what maybe people have said about me, they can attest to this. And I just really hope that you can put the belief in me that if you move me forward, that, that I will continue on with my program and everything I've done this far. It wouldn't just stop now. It'll be who I am now as a person.
So, I appreciate that, and I just want to say that I look through and you've done many positive things in the course of your time. One of the things you wrote in your letter was that today you're in a position where you can better face the hard truth, or you've learned to confront the hard truth. What is the hard truth?
Well, I used to be, I looked at myself as being very selfish back then. That I used to, when I first got incarcerated, all the learning I've been doing to recognize when I'm in that position or I'm getting to that position to step away from it and be able to walk away. Like I had no problem walking away from a situation now as opposed to getting involved in something. If that answers your
Thank you.
question. Yeah.
Nope, it does. Thank you.
Mr. Tovar, I have one other question here. Just I have to go back and get some clarity, and I want to be clear about the fact that I'm asking this, and I know that this stuff is painful to talk about for you, and certainly for others who may have had your mom and people who are left behind as a result of the crime. But it's often said that the best way to deal with pain is all the way through it. And I want to go back to this account issue, and I know I've been on this. But part of this is really that demonstration of all the way through it. And I asked a question about, you had gone the knife, you couldn't do it. You ultimately gave the knife over or left it for one of your co-defendants to use. Then I asked about being involved in putting him in the car. And I thought your response was that you assisted with that.
Correct.
And okay, but then I heard your response to Ms. Earhart's questions. I thought I heard a different response, that you were asleep at that time. So what was it? What happened here?
No. I assisted with putting him in the car. I came in to grab the knife. I went back out to the car with the intent to stab him. I couldn't do it. I came back inside. And we were all inside. When I went back to go outside, everybody was gone. Like all the cars that were in the alley were gone. Okay. So when I came in, it was just me and the owner of the house that was left there. And I let them know that everybody's gone. So I sat on the couch and I passed out. And about 30 minutes to an hour later, I was woken up. And they told me, let's go. And they had came back. So
what did they say happened? What did they say happened?
They said they left the car at a park. They said they dropped them off at a park.
When you put him in the car, because you said you were involved in that, where was he put?
In the back seat.
Okay. All right. Any other board members have any other questions? Hearing none. Mr. Tovar, before the board moves into discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to open the floor to you to make any final comments before we break.
No, I just hope that, that you guys just can see that. I know that's, like I said, that's the hardest question for me, is always talking about the crime. Just specifically because of the events. And I don't ever want you guys to think that I don't take accountability for my actions. I take full accountability. I just, it's hard for me to admit to something that I didn't do. And I don't want you to, at this point, it's easier for me to say, yes, I did that and I did that, after all this time. But it just, I think I could be only responsible for my actions and let you know what I did. Because I don't want it where you guys ask me certain questions and I can't answer, and then now it feels like I'm lying to you. So it was always a hard decision on how I wanted to answer your questions, be truthful or just go off of what's on the paper. But, that being said, I just want you to know that I'm not the person that I was 27 years ago. I've changed to the person I am today, and I think I'm a better version of myself than I've ever been. I've worked hard these last 13 years straight of programming to change my thought process and become who I am today. Should I ever be out in the world again, I would never find myself in a situation like this again, or ever put myself in a situation where I'd have to commit a crime of any kind. I'm in a place where I know I just strive to be positive and do everything right. And I'm just hoping that you guys can see that and put your trust in me to allow me to step down and continue on with my programming, my step down program. And just know that I will always be truthful to you guys and always be honest about who I am as a person.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interactions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion about next steps.
Well, I'd sort of like to see him. I feel like he's really institutionalized, but I know he's got 3 years at least. Thank you. So I think it's probably not wise to say begin step down. I think makes more sense to maybe move to another medium to shake things up and then begin step down. So with that, I'd make a motion to deny parole, move to medium so he can work on budgeting and digital literacy, and then come back maybe in 2 years or 18 months or something, so we can see how he's done and he can begin step down. That's my thinking.
So that was a motion, and just for clarity's sake, on the period of continuance, do you want to?
18 months.
Okay, the motion is 18 months. Is there a second to that motion? I'll second it for purposes. Oh, okay. So we'll
Go ahead, Commissioner.
We'll have you. You can second, and other kinds of thoughts or discussions or things that people would like to see Mr. Tovar engaged in. Yeah, I do. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, so one of the things that, and it may have been where kind of you were going with it, Commissioner, I certainly understand the kind of the predicament that he's described, where the board and myself certainly does not want to ask him to accept responsibility for something that he claims he did not do, and that's not what I'm asking. There felt to me as though there's more opportunity, though, for maybe some deeper insight into the role that he played that night, and maybe what could have been done to prevent it from escalating. It's one thing to turn away, but is there more opportunity for some deeper insight into kind of the role that unfortunately he did end up playing in the death of Mr. Christensen? I'm looking for something more, and I don't know how necessarily to articulate that, but that's kind of where I'm at.
So I have some level of concern about that, and again, I want to be clear. The last thing I wanted to do is request that there is an acceptance of responsibility for something he didn't do as well. But I think there's a lack of clarity, and I think even in looking at the report that was done on the assessment. Well, again, I want to be clear that this does not clearly have significant bearing maybe on recidivistic behavior, but at the same time, I am concerned that the ability to give a clear, direct, concise accounting of his actions is not really there, and I think that was clear in the psych report, because he talked about the fact that he was not involved in the assault. At that stage of the game, and I get it, and I appreciate his really direct honesty about the struggle of facing that, and yet I think that the insights around that are really facing that is something that is seems to me an important piece of the learning going forward from the standpoint of how do you avoid situations like this in the future. And I it's not that I believe that he's, but I, the things that I think to your motion that, around institutionalization and having some opportunities to test different environments and some change, transition, and to continue demonstrating the kinds of leadership that he has would create some value. But I would really encourage him to work through with absolute crystal clear sense of clarity what it was that he was involved in, that he can fully accept a responsibility for, and be explicitly clear about that. And I think part of that is around, for me, and I can't speak to that, I'm talking about generally, that victims oftentimes want to just know. I imagine myself, if I was the victim of this crime, I would want to know what was the direct responsibility of the individual and their willingness or inability to accept that. So that's kind of where I sit.
I found his explanations to be implausible. I caught the inconsistency that you did, Commissioner, and I think that was a direct inconsistency. He also was part of a gang that he was able to step away from in prison in 2010, even though he'd been part of that Latin Kings group from the time he moved to Minnesota. I know that prison fellowship really pushes people to come true with what their involvement was. And I didn't hear anything very direct. He would skirt the issue and kind of talk around it, as if he had a hard time accepting his own role in this activity. And another thing that struck me is the argument, not knowing what the argument was about. It was apparent in the file that it had something to do with repaying drug debt, and yet he claims to have been clueless. And that, to me, is implausible. So I would not support 18 months for a review. Maybe 3 years, transfer to another medium facility, and then have him come back. But I think a lot of self-examination, working with behavioral health, and trying to get his version straight so that he's consistent would be beneficial in my decision making.
Other thoughts? We do have a motion and a second, and some sense of what that looks like. So for purposes of this, I think let's call the vote on the motion, which is a denial of parole, which technically really he's not eligible for another 3 years, but that would be really a continuance for 18 months with a move. And we've talked about some of the things that maybe could be included in a move, budgeting, digital literacy, continuing to demonstrate the skills that and leadership that he has started to really show at in teaching some of those programs, working with restorative justice on his accounting of what occurred, and remaining discipline free would be some of the things that I think would be included. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
No.
And Schnell votes a yes. So with that, Mr. Tovar, what the process would look like here is that the team there would begin the process at Faribault of working with HRU and others to establish a plan for a move. And, ideally, we can look at what possibilities exist that would serve or advance some of your interest, whether that's some other, in addition to the things that the board would like to see, perhaps some type of vocational programming, those sorts of things. You come back in 18 months and you heard some of the discussion here and the things that, that we hope that you would continue to work on. I understand that it oftentimes when you think about what it is you'd like to see happen and it doesn't go exactly in that way, that it can be disappointing. I also want to just be really clear that that you have done a lot of work, and there has been marked and demonstrable change. And the board's action today really is a reflection of a recognition of that work, and yet a desire to see you continue in that effort and come back in 18 months and talk about where you're at. Any questions about that?
I guess the main issue you guys got is talking about the crime. So I guess I'm confused about, like, what would you rather I just say everything that was on paper and admit to that?
No.
Because
I think, well, look, I don't want to argue this here. We'll send you a letter with this, and I'm happy to provide some clarity. I think loud and clear, nobody wants you to account for anything that you did not do. What we want is clarity about what you did do. That's it. And there has been some differences in accounts. That's it. And so to be able to walk through exactly what that looks like, what Alex Tovar's role was, not what you were convicted of. That's not what this is about. It's not adjudication. This is about a clear, straight, direct, honest accounting of what happened. That's it. Okay? So that's just one of the pieces. We will send you a letter that will document exactly what this is. And if you have questions, feel free to write back to me and Ms. Holmes Larson. We will respond back and address any questions that you may have. Thank you very much. We wish you well.
No, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Our next review will be regarding Brian Hooper. It'll take us a few minutes to get hooked up.
Shoot, it doesn't.
Stillwater, can you hear us there? Can you hear us? Can you hear us in the room there at Stillwater?
Abby?
Here, you can look at the one back there.
Yeah, but I want to.
Zoom in on them.
Yeah, but I can't do it.
Here, start zooming in.
Can you hear us? Hello?
It's late by a lot.
Stillwater, can you hear us?
Close this window.
You want to close it?
I'm bringing down
Go up. Damn. Used to be good. Just when
Stillwater, can you hear us?
when they start talking, I'll shut that door so it's less noise in here.
Can you hear us?
And it will get stuffy then if it's not at least cracked. Or good.
Oh, there's a huge lag between them and us.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Can you hear us at Stillwater?
Because there's me shutting the window.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Whole minute.
I'm trying to get both of them. There we go.
Hold on. I would have just sat down.
Stillwater, can you hear us?
Working on it.
Yeah, the more webcams on, the more lag. So how many screens gonna be on it? 5.
Yeah, you probably won't see us, but the woman in the top right should be popping up.
I muted them for the time being. I also turned up their volume, so they should be able to hear us now.
Can you hear us now at Stillwater? Okay, we could hear you, but you couldn't hear us. So we'll get started in just a minute. Okay. Ready to begin?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of the Hearings and Release and Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Brian Hooper, who is present by video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Stillwater. Mr. Hooper also has his son and advocate, Mr. Brian Hooper Jr., participating with him at the facility as well. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board. Other members present here at Central Office are Member Christine Bray, Member Cheryl Ramstad, and on your screen, Member Joe Earhart and Member Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on April 15th, 1998, the body of Anne Prasniak was found in the closet of apartment 31 on Park Avenue in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The body was enclosed in a cardboard box and enclosed in plastic bags. Minneapolis police immediately began an investigation and discovered Ms. Prasniak was the listed renter of the apartment and lived alone. On April 16th of 1998, the medical examiner conducted an autopsy and stated her manner of death was homicide and that she had been deceased for approximately 2 to 4 weeks when officers discovered her body. On April 20th of 1998, officers conducted an interview with Brian Keith Hooper, who admitted to entering the apartment on 3 separate occasions. He stated he did not have permission from the owner of the apartment to enter and only did so with the intent of smoking crack cocaine inside. Hooper stated he had entered the apartment without permission during the past 2 weeks and that the apartment owner was not present during those times. Minneapolis police conducted a search of Anne Prasniak's apartment and recovered a Ziploc baggie with Hooper's thumbprint on it. Police continued to investigate and interviewed several witnesses who stated that Hooper had told them that he committed the murder. On November 3rd of 1998, Brian Keith Hooper was sentenced to life imprisonment by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Hooper's initial review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on this life sentence will occur on April 18th of 2028. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hooper. How are you today?
I'm all right.
All right. I'd like to start by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, it is my sincere hopes that we can come up with a thematic and comprehensive plan on which to base my release.
Okay. What is that?
I'm hoping we can come up with that.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you what it is you would like that to be.
I would like what to be?
The plan to be.
My plan to be, hopefully, to take the necessary steps to move forward so that I can go home. I'm not under.
What do you see those steps as being?
I see myself leaving. I see myself going home. No, that's what I hope the steps will be.
Okay.
I'm not understanding what you're trying to ask me.
Okay. So you believe that you're ready to just leave and you'll do perfectly fine in the community?
As I said, I'm ready to take the necessary steps.
So, Mr. Hooper, I would just want to ask that question. Do you believe that you are in a position where you could be successfully released without the possibility of coming back?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the basis for that position?
What's the basis for that? First of all, I don't supposed to be here. That's the first basis. Second, I have support.
So what is that? I didn't hear that first thing.
I said, first of all, I'm not supposed to be here.
Okay.
Second of all, I have a support group in place.
What have you had a support group inside?
Inside this prison?
Yeah.
No. I have me to support me.
Can I ask about, I think it was a discipline incident that happened in late 2023. You know what I'm speaking of?
You want to talk about it?
Yeah, I'd like to hear about that. What was that about?
Some individual was planning on committing bodily harm towards me. And I made sure that it wasn't going to happen.
Okay.
I mean, your office could protect the other 4 guys that got attacked that day. So I didn't think they couldn't protect me either.
Okay. So what was your action then in response to that?
I just picked up a stick and put it in my area. That's it. That's all I did.
And that was what was the beef, or what was the issue that prompted that?
The issue was they wanted to boycott work because they wasn't coming out on the weekends. And I didn't want to be involved in that. I wanted to continue to do my time the way I do my time. And they took that as offensive. So everybody that went to work that day, they planned on attacking us. And if you look at the reports on that day, you will see that 4 individuals got attacked. I was the only one that didn't get attacked.
Okay. And that was because you secured a weapon? That was the reason why? Okay. All right. I'm trying to just square, and I understand that the innocence claim, and I think you understand that that's outside the purview of this board, right? The determinations around that are through the appellate process, not they don't rest or sit here. we, on the other hand, and are obligated in this role to think about the issue related to community risk in terms of a release. And I presume you've had a chance to go through the documents that were produced as a result of this. For instance, the comprehensive risk assessment that was completed.
Commissioner, I pose no risk to society.
All right. So have you had a chance to go through that comprehensive risk assessment report?
I mean, did I? Yeah, yes, I have.
Okay. So you indicated that you pose no risk to society. One of the things that the assessment indicated is that you thought to present with a moderate to high risk for future violence. Can you describe and explain how it is that you believe that you pose no risk to society?
Commissioner, I would have never been a violent person, first of all. So how they base their determinations, I have no clue. But obviously it's wrong. I don't think a person can sit down with me for an hour and determine my character.
Great. All right. I want to turn to today. You have your son with you today. We thank you so much for being here in support of your father. I'd like to open the floor to you and have you talk a little bit about where you see things at, and then we'll open the floor to all the members of the board to ask any questions of either of you that they like.
No problem.
So just what is it that you would like to share with the board relative to your father?
When I first got invited to this meeting, I didn't know what to expect. I know some of my relatives wanted me to prepare a speech, but I didn't think that would be the best approach. I'd rather come in here unfiltered, unscripted, and just speak passionately about my father and have it come from the heart. So that's what I plan on doing right here, right now. And just to highlight my dad, and in order to highlight how he's had a positive impact on my life, I have to highlight some of my own accomplishments, because he has been my ultimate guidance counselor in helping me navigate life as a young man, and how he's been my ultimate guidance counselor to help me be successful in life. So to not be so long-winded, I'll just take you through a few challenges that I've had in my life that he has been there to help me navigate. Starting off, my father has been in prison since I was 7 years old. I am now 34. So he obviously physically he hasn't been there because he has been in prison, but he has always been there mentally. He's always been there every step of the way to give me guidance that I've needed as a young man to navigate this world. Like I said, I'm 34 years old at the moment. I have a bachelor's degree. I have a master's degree. I have an education specialist degree. I have a K-12 principal license, and I have a Minnesota teaching license as well. I'm currently a year and a half away from a doctorate degree in education. And all of that, I'm only highlighting, this isn't about me, but I'm only highlighting my accomplishments because I wouldn't be able to get there if it wasn't for my father. And when I was in my last year of high school, before college, it's one of the toughest times as a young man trying to figure out who you want to be in the world and how you plan on getting to that next step. So I was an athlete. I was a superstar football player. But one winter, my 11th grade year, I slipped on some ice and I got a knee injury. So that basically ended my football career. So that brought me to a dark place. I started engaging in negative behavior that wasn't conducive to being successful in life. So my dad was able to talk me off that ledge and was like, if you're very passionate about sports, obviously you won't be able to continue to play it. What's another way that you can continue to be around it? So that's when a light bulb went off in my head, and for college, I started to pursue being a Phi Ed teacher as well as an athletic director. I didn't know which one I wanted to be at first, but those were the two things that I knew that were related to sports that I would be interested in doing. So he coached me and molded me to, pursue the athletic career. And with my last name being Hooper, I also pursued being a basketball coach. So I was a basketball coach. I was a special education assistant as well, because I knew I needed to get experience on the athletic side, because I wanted to be an athletic director. That was my final profession. So I knew that I needed to get experience working in schools as well as on the coaching athletic side. So I became a special education assistant as well as a basketball coach. To fast forward, I started working in the schools as an education assistant, and then I became an assistant dean, and then I became a teacher as well. In 2020, while working on my education specialist degree, which granted me my K-12 principal license, I received a national scholarship. I won a $10,000 scholarship. They only chose 3 people out of the whole nation to present that scholarship to, and I was one of them. And that happened in late 2020. So that scholarship allowed me to to pay off the rest of my education specialist program, which gave me my K-12 principal license. So it's a lot of positive in 2020 and 21, but there's also some darkness that I'm going to explain next. So 2 months, it's June 3rd, 2021. At this time, I am a high school dean in Minneapolis. It's a Thursday. My students graduate that Monday. I'm leaving one of my restaurants I go to my entire life. As I'm walking back to my car, 3 men attack me, and I don't know if they want to steal my car or they just want to steal from me. But long story short, I was a victim of gun violence. I was shot in my chest and I was shot in my leg. And this is 2 months before I'm about to receive my K-12 principal license. So it's the end of the school year. I'm expecting to go to graduation for my students that Monday, but I can't because I'm in the hospital with injuries from gunshot wounds. So during that time, like I said, I had a lot of negative thoughts. I'm wondering why, am I being a victim at this point in my life when I'm doing so good? I just received a national scholarship. I'm 2 months away from completing my principal license, and I have to deal with being a victim of gun violence. So my dad, he once again was my ultimate guidance counselor, and he talked me off a ledge and just encouraged me to take all that pent up negative energy and continue to focus it on building my education even further. So that summer, because I was shot in my leg, so I had to learn to walk again. So I spent that summer learning how to walk again. September comes around, it's another school year. Now I'm a teacher. I'm a middle school science teacher. So I'm navigating, that realm while still dealing with the mental. I'm physically okay now, but my mental is still up and down because I was a victim of gun violence a few months ago. So as I'm navigating being a teacher and dealing with my mental capacity at that moment, my dad just continued to be in my corner and be that supported parent that I needed at the time, and encouraged me, hey, I know you're dealing with a roller coaster of emotions at the moment, but you've got a lot of positive in your life and you're doing excellent. You have multiple degrees. You're teaching our youth how to be future leaders of tomorrow. So why don't you continue to do that? And he was right. I still had probably $5,000 left of scholarship to use. So he encouraged me to use that to go get my doctorate degree. So that's what I've been doing ever since. I've utilized the rest of that scholarship money towards my doctorate program, and a year and a half from now, I'll be Dr. Hooper. So
Good for you.
I say all that just to say that my dad has been without him being in my corner, I wouldn't be a successful person. I wouldn't be the leader that you see in front of you right now. And yeah, just although he hasn't been there since I was 7 years old, he's been in prison. He has been my number one support system, and I wouldn't be the leader or the role model that I am if it wasn't for this man sitting next to me.
Excellent. I really appreciate you. Appreciate your support of your dad and his support of you, and I appreciate the work you're doing, and it's incredibly impressive and something that you have a right to feel proud of, and your dad has every right to feel proud of you as well. With that, I would open the floor to any of the board members who have questions. Mr. Hooper.
Mr. Hooper, I have a question. In the program review team meeting that you had in April, the report said that you indicated you'd like to be allowed to transfer to a medium custody facility, either Lino or Moose Lake. However, you said you would only like to be transferred if the reason for doing that was so that eventually you would be allowed to be released. And you're 3 years away from your minimum confinement date. Is that statement still true? Do you still feel that way? You would like to go to minimum if, in fact, you're on a path to be released?
Yes. I would like to go to minimum. Like I said,
medium. I'm sorry, medium.
Yes, I would like to go to take the necessary steps to get released. I would like to pursue. I want to do the C-Tech program in Moose Lake. I would really like to do that, if possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Hooper, I'd like to ask a question. Actually, a couple of questions. I noted that you have not had the opportunity to enter into CD treatment. Apparently, it hasn't been available for you. But if you did have the opportunity, would you enter it and attempt to successfully complete it?
Man, I have no problem with programming. Yes, I would go, no problem. I tried to get in when I first came from Oak Park. I initiated that, but I still haven't been able to get in.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. One more question. What led to you being involved in using the apartment of the victim and selling drugs out of the apartment? What was your lifestyle at that?
I never sold drugs out of that apartment. I don't know where that information came from. I've never said that.
It came from the report.
What report? It wasn't nothing I said. I never said that. Ever.
Okay, I'm not here to
you asked me a question
you or anything. I was just asking a question to see what your response was. Do you believe that you would be able to cooperate and be receptive to input if you were on supervised release?
Yes, I will.
And I'm wondering, how do you get along with most people during the time you've been incarcerated?
I've got along well with individuals. I mean, I had a few incidents, but for the most part, I get along with everybody.
Do you think that you could benefit from any kind of pro-social programming?
I do a lot of that. I study with people. We sit down and do math together. We sit down and discuss things. But I'm not trying to be involved with nobody that's on nothing negative. So if it's negativity, I have no problem with being by myself. And that's how I've done my time these 27 years.
Okay, another question. How did you inspire your son to overcome his many obstacles and to succeed? How did you go about inspiring him or encouraging him or
I mean,
whatever?
This is my son, so I just talk to him like a young man, and I be honest with him about life and life choices. So, and he, by the grace of God, he was able to hear what I was saying to him, and he took that and elevated with it. And right, I'm so grateful he was able to listen to me. He didn't have to learn the hard way about I made mistakes in life. He don't have to make them. So that's how I was able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Mr. Hooper?
Mr. Hooper, the same comprehensive risk assessment that was conducted indicates that you believe violent behavior is justified under certain circumstances. Would you explain that?
I said, this is specifically what I said. If I'm getting attacked, somebody's trying to hurt me, I'm going to defend myself. That's when I feel like violence is warranted. Those were my exact words.
There's also a reference in that same report to the fact that you would be resentful and non-compliant with a supervised release with somebody that you had to report to. Could you explain that in view of your earlier statement?
I don't know where that comes from, though. I don't know where that's coming from. I never said that. I never said that.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper.
Just a couple questions for me real quick. So within the comprehensive assessment, I think it referenced that you had completed some programming, specifically, I think, restorative justice. And if I understood, or if my notes are correct, I think one of the comments you made or what was documented is that it was hard because you didn't commit the alleged offense, but that you still got something out of that. You learned about the power of forgiveness.
Yes.
Are you able to elaborate on that? I'll just leave it. Are you able to elaborate on that?
When I did Restorative Justice 101, we watched the video, and I seen how the victim, the alleged perpetrator and the victim family member came together and was able to forgive. And when I seen that, I started feeling in my heart that I could forgive what happened to me, the wrong that's been committed towards me. Because if two individuals can come together, a person that allegedly took someone's family member's life and the family member can come together and have some type of mutual agreement to have peace within each other, I figure that I can have peace within myself and with everybody that had something to do with my wrongful conviction. So that's how I was able to forgive. And that's what I took from Restorative Justice 101.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Hooper, I appreciate your kind of your sense of the money management stuff and the savings that you've kind of acquired during your time there. One of the questions I have is that you indicated to the PRT that you have a whole bunch of money. I think was quoted in an external bank account. Would you be willing to?
No, I'm not going to discuss my finance in the open forum.
Okay,
I don't
I'm
care
not
to do that.
asking. I'm not asking you to discuss it. I'm asking. I wanted to ask a question if you would be willing to provide documentation of that internally.
No, I wouldn't. I don't want to
Okay.
divulge my finances to the public.
Okay. Okay. You don't have to divulge it to the public, but that's not what I was asking you to do. But I appreciate that answer. Any other questions that people have? All right. Hearing none, at this time, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you, Mr. Hooper, to share any final comments with the board.
Yes. For 27 years. I spent 27 years behind these walls for a crime I didn't commit. It's hard to put it to words what it feels like to have your life taken, to be labeled something you're not, and to serve time for somebody else's crime. But despite the injustice of my conviction, I have done the time. I've done the time. Even when the weight of this situation felt unbearable. I'd like to acknowledge the pain of Ann Prasniak's family. Losing a loved one in such a way no one should have to endure. I often think about that. I also think about my own family, the birthdays I missed, the milestones I've yet to experience with them. This experience has taken a lot from all of us. And I just want to be able to move forward with the time I have left. Today I'm asking for the opportunity to go home. Not because I want to escape responsibility, but because I have already served enough time for something I did not do. I would like to reunite with my mom, my children, my granddaughter, and be the son, the father, and the grandfather that they deserve. I would like to take my experience of this situation to help others. I've done the time. I stood up with integrity. I've done this time with strength. And I'm willing to take the necessary steps to transition back into society where I belong. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to close the discussion, and as the board engages in discussion and deliberations, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And at this time, I would open the floor to the board for thoughts about next steps.
Well, I'll start and I'll put in a motion form. Deny parole. He's not eligible for 3 years. Move to medium. It looks like Lino has CTEC and triad, but I realize that is the discretion of DOC, and then review in 3 years.
So there's a motion on the table to deny parole, which is technically not eligible for 3 more years. Move to medium and review and continue for a period of 3 years, at which time he would be eligible. Is there a second?
Would the sorry, I'll wait.
I'll second it for purposes of this discussion, with the caveat, just to the standard would be that he remain discipline free and successfully participating then engage with the required programming. So there's a motion and a second. Any discussions, questions, or thoughts?
The only other comment I was going to make was, I think if I remember reading it correctly, I think he has submitted a request to get into SUD treatment, and I understand that is one of the, there is a directive for that, so I would just like to ensure that he followed through with that piece of it. Whether or not that occurs prior to a move to medium, or I know there are different treatment options, so, and I wouldn't necessarily put any real strict parameters on it, but just that the SUD piece be addressed.
I believe, was that your intent as well?
Yeah, the triad program, substance abuse treatment, is at Lino, and so is CTEC. So that would sort of meet both.
There's also that treatment option at most have too, is would be, there's both places have SUD treatment possibilities.
Yeah, so either Moose or Lino.
Okay, fair enough.
Any other thoughts, suggestions?
I just have a question. In reading his file, there's a lot of anger management issues and not a lot of insight. And also a view on his part that violence is justified. So I think that that needs to be a component of any continuance, that anger be addressed. And I'm not sure in the two programs we're talking about that it would be the focus of them.
And I would hope that that would be a part of the substance use side, that there would be some substantial, discussion of that, because I think that's one of the concerns, is just that, the experience of going through incarceration and getting out into the community. I am concerned about what that would look like, and his ability to manage the anger and the substance use issues that had him in this apartment at one point in time or another to begin with. So I think that would certainly be something that would be a part of the treatment program, as I understand it. And we can add that in as part of that treatment side. And certainly I would encourage Mr. Hooper to seek out and access those resources, which would just, I think, further indicate kind of his, readiness for transition in 3 years. Should that, based on what he does this time. All right. We have a motion, a second, and I think a satisfactory kind of discussion of this, with the caveat that, again, remaining discipline-free during that time. To the motion, Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Earhart?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. The motion prevails. Mr. Hooper, the team there will work with us. We'll begin the process of looking at a transfer to Lino or Moose Lake. You've heard some of the discussion of the board, some of the concerns of the board, and the board would see you again in 3 years. Any questions about that?
If it's possible, I would like to go to Lino because I did want to do PFA too.
Okay, we can talk about that. The only thing is just the timing wise, it can be a lot of, depending upon the CTEC, substance use, and PFA, and so the ability to complete all that, it's something we can talk about with your team there and kind of go from there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All on the same team? They all on the same team?
Yeah.
They want to
Mr. Pendleton is on there, right?
Thank you.
and press too.
Yeah.
We have Pendleton. Next. Yeah, I think.
Come in.
Yeah, I'll get them up here.
Mr. Pendleton will be with you in just a few minutes here. We're switching out from one review to yours. It'll just take a couple minutes.
What's that?
His brother will be removing it. Oh.
Can you hear us there, Mr. Pendleton? It doesn't look like it.
One second, everyone. We're gonna.
All the pictures pop up, right?
Can you hear us there, Mr. Pendleton?
No. Yeah, eventually they will.
I think I got it.
Can you hear us, Mr. Pendleton?
It just keeps clicking because it's just bad connection. He's still there.
Okay, Mr. Pendleton, can you hear us?
It's Merton.
Can you hear us, Mr. Pendleton? Looks like the mic is. Mr. Pendleton, are you able to hear us? Can you hear us on your end, Mr. Pendleton? Can you hear us?
They're unmuted, but they still can't hear us, and it says that we're unmuted.
Real quick, just.
Okay. Okay.
Can you guys hear us over there?
No.
We're having some technical difficulties here.
Right. All right. Please.
I can't get any.
Can you hear us, Mr. Pendleton?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Getting feedback here.
Try that.
Can you still hear us, Mr. Pendleton?
Yep.
Okay. All right. We have some technical issues here, but we're going to work through them. Nonetheless, I just want to, before we begin, I just want to let the record reflect that the hearings we'll have from this point forward all require the addition of the two other members, the juvenile experts, Jody Nelson and Don Struford, and let the record reflect that both are present. In this instance, a majority vote is 4 of the 7 members. Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Holmes-Larson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Okay. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Director of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Mr. Robin Pendleton Jr., who is present by video at the Montana Department of Corrections. Mr. Pendleton, I'm also being told that your brother, Mr. Marcus Gregg, is participating as well today.
Yep.
I see. Can he hear me? Marcus Gregg, are you there?
Should be able to.
Mr. Gregg, can you hear me?
Can you not hear us?
Oh, I can hear you guys, but my brother's supposed to be on video too.
Okay.
We're trying to get him connected here.
We're having some technical difficulties right now based on Zoom to WebEx. So we're trying to figure that out in the moment. But as long as you can hear us for now, we just need to confirm that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So then let me see. 1 second. Let me talk to John.
Mr. Pendleton, we're going to try to get it so your brother can hear us.
All right.
Who is in your room with you?
Case manager Martin.
Do you have a speakerphone in your room, sir?
I do have a speakerphone in my room. However, it will not function at the same time with the speakers on the computer. It causes too much feedback, and we have severe technical issues at that point.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Would you be able to send us the phone number for your brother and we could try to contact him on our end?
Yeah, 612-704-3574.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if necessary, I can mute all audio on my computer and we can go to video only and use speakerphone. That is an option if we need to do that.
We called once and he didn't pick up, so we'll try one more time.
I'm just going to try texting. Was he? Hello?
Is this Marcus Gregg?
Hey, Marcus, this is the Department of Corrections. We're connected with your brother's hearing here.
Yep.
Were you not able to get through on the other side?
I didn't. It's basically because I'm in some training.
Oh, are you able to join us?
For how long do you anticipate the meeting?
About, I would say maybe about 30 minutes or so, 30.
Yeah, I could join for a few minutes, but probably not the entire thing. So I'm kind of like federally regulated training right now.
Why don't we'll do the intro here, and if it's okay with you, Mr. Pendleton, we can let your brother kind of weigh in. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
All right, I'll finish through Rebecca Holmes Larson, Director of Hearings and Release, and the Supervised Release Board. We're here connected with Montana DOC, connected to review Robin Pendleton Jr. We also have his brother as an advocate, Marcus Gregg, participating by speakerphone. Our records indicate that on June, did I go through members? I don't think I did. I don't think I went through members. I apologize. The chair of the Supervised Release Board is the Minnesota Commissioner of Corrections here to my left, Mr. Paul Schnell. The rest of the board members who are present today are member Christine Bray, member Joe Earhart, member Andrew Larson, member Cheryl Ramstead, juvenile expert member Jody Nelson, and juvenile expert member Donald Strufert.
Right, how's everybody doing?
We're good.
Thank you. Sir, our records indicate that on June 9th, 2002, the Redwood County Sheriff's Department received a 911 call reporting that a shooting had occurred at the Morris Pendleton Jr. residence located on the Lower Sioux Agency in Redwood County, Minnesota. The caller reported that Frank Irving Parker II had been shot and was deceased. The deputies arrived on scene. They observed Parker lying on the ground on the east side of the Pendleton residence. They also observed several spent ammunition casings near the area. Witnesses reported to law enforcement that they and Parker had been at a party in the Morris Pendleton Jr. residence and were standing outside when a maroon Denali pulled into the yard. Witnesses observed Robin Pendleton Jr. exit the vehicle holding what appeared to be a rifle. Witnesses heard several gunshots. Witnesses then exited the residence and saw Frank Irving Parker laying on the ground near the residence and observed the maroon Denali leaving the residence. Witnesses through a photo lineup identified Robin Pendleton Jr. as the individual who exited the vehicle with the rifle. Parker's cause of death was determined to be multiple gunshot wounds. The manner of death was determined to be homicide committed for the benefit of a gang. On March 18th of 2004, the Redwood County District Court, Robin Todd Pendleton Jr. was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after a minimum of 30 years incarceration for the offense of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 1 year and a day to be served consecutive to his life sentence for a crime committed for the benefit of a gang. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Pendleton now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. Mr. Pendleton was scheduled for an initial review September 24th of 2024. However, that review was postponed due to statutorily required documents not being available. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 21 years of incarceration. His original minimum confinement release date is November 1st of 2033. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Pendleton is eligible to be considered for parole as of November 1st of 2018. Thank you. Turn this matter over to the board.
Okay, Mr. Pendleton, I think we had with you. So at this stage, I want to at least just come back to you and ask how you'd like to proceed today.
I would like to go home.
Pardon me?
I would like to give a chance to go home.
Okay, so are you willing and desiring to proceed even though we can't connect with your brother at this stage?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, okay. So I think getting to what you were just saying there, I'd like to start by just asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would like a chance to make amends to everybody that I hurt. Chance to go home, see my family. That's what I'm hoping. Whatever I got to do to get home, that's what I'm trying to do.
So I hear you saying that, you know, going home and being with your family and making amends is the goal.
Yeah.
So can you describe for us what makes you feel you're ready to go home?
I accomplished everything I needed to. I've been doing everything I needed to grow as an individual, to see myself in a better light, doing everything I can to be positive. There's just so much I changed over the years. I would like to see me do something more with my life than sitting here.
So can I just ask you to talk about some of the challenges that you've had and apparently some level of continuing to have around your involvement in the gang stuff, the STG stuff. Can you talk about that?
About the struggles I had?
The struggles, and particularly I'm interested in your security threat group, your gang involvement stuff.
Well, it's like anywhere else I've been, there's always going to be security threat groups around, and there's not much you can do as far as staying away from them or staying out of it. Yeah, I mean, you're always going to get pulled in one way or another, and it's just hard to do, especially being locked up and in prison with a lot of people that got different ideas about it than I do. So it's just kind of been a struggle with all that, trying to move forward with everything. It's just sometimes you get caught up in stuff that you try not to be.
Okay, but the challenge then for me, and I'll just speak for myself, and the other board members can certainly speak for themselves, is what assurances do we have that you come back to Minnesota, you go home, as you say, that those influences, those pressures aren't going to be real influences on your behavior back in the community? Our number one obligation is public safety.
Yeah, well, I was saying that I've been gone for a long time and everything's changed out there. There's not one individual I know out there anymore that's involved with any of it. Like being home in Minnesota State Prison, I understand there's still a lot of stuff going on there, but as far as the world on the outside, there's nobody I know anymore that are involved with any of it. I lost contact with everybody, and if I haven't lost contact, I lost them in some way.
Okay, so let me ask this. How long have you been in Montana?
About 9 years, 9 years.
And when you went to Montana, did you know anybody there?
No, I didn't know nobody.
All right. And so you had effectively a fresh start there,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That fresh start really did not seat well, right? It did, that has not gone necessarily well. And I bring this up not to rub your nose in it, but I bring it up to just illustrate the fact that those pressures, whether you know them or not, in the community today will be there when you get out at some point in time. And I guess the biggest thing for me, just speaking for myself again, is how do we have assurances that we're not going to see the kinds of conduct and even some of the seemingly kind of some of the potentially behind the scenes stuff that you may have been involved in there, and that you certainly had some challenges with here when you were in Minnesota. So I think that's the number one thing for me is this: what does that look like, and having some assurances of that and really a thoughtful plan around that becomes critical. And so can you describe what that plan would be, what that would look like?
Well, I'm hoping to get into some kind of programs out there that's gonna keep me away from that. I got family members that are there to be positive in my life. I mean, moving away from where I was is my goal. I got too much else to live for than to keep going backwards into something like that. If I got to do programs or schooling or whatever I got to do, I'm gonna take that and do it. There's too much time spent doing this than doing something right.
Let me ask this question. Could you be successful, do you think, in a Minnesota prison if it was lower custody?
Yeah. I don't see why I wouldn't. There's nobody I know there anymore. There's nobody left that's been around when I was around. I don't see why I wouldn't be.
Can you talk about the most influential programming that you've been involved in during the course of your incarceration?
Schooling. I was a teacher's aide for a while. I was doing college. I was teaching other people. That had a big effect on me. Being able to help somebody.
Have you been doing programs like that out there where you've been helpful to people more recently?
I did victims impact. I did anger management before that, but as far as like schooling and stuff like that here, there's not a big like place for that here. There's not much of any of it here. They've been trying to over the last couple of years get something like that going, but as far as getting into anything like that, it's been hard to do here, especially being with as much time as I have.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to other board members for questions they may have. You may have to just speak really loud because we're using this as our microphone.
Hey, let me know if you can hear me. How are we doing?
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So
I would like to know if you're back in Minnesota or even staying in Montana, what's your best skills or capacity to say no to the threats or the vulnerability with further STG groups? What have you done, or what can you do to say no, no more?
I can keep away from them all. like I said, there's not anybody that really knows me anymore. So going off and doing my own thing and getting in a program or schooling or whatever it may be would be the best bet, just to stay out of whatever they got going on, to stay away from them. I don't need to be there to introduce myself to anybody. Yeah, I mean, do my own thing, hopefully get into something that helps me forward. And being around them, I understand that they're around, but Minnesota's a big place, and yeah, I mean, staying to myself and being a part of myself is what I got planned.
Now, avoidance or staying away, certainly a positive step. I believe your last placement within that prison gave you distance from other SDG groups. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You're going to face that if and when you get out of your current security level?
Yeah, they'll be there. They're, like I said, they're always around, but staying away and not being involved is my best bet to move forward. So that's what I'm going to do.
I understand. Staying away is your best asset right now. It also sounds like there's no help available there for Montana. It's something you can do by yourself.
Yeah, it is. And that's what I have to do. I'm going to move forward with everything. That's my biggest thing right now.
If I would wish you more opportunity to work together with somebody on that cause, on that issue, is that something that you'd take if you could?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, but no opportunity, or it's going to be a tough road, I would imagine.
Yeah, I know it's going to be, but I'm willing to take it.
And you think it's easier in Montana or Minnesota?
Well, here it's such a small place, so there's not really a chance to go off and do something like that. Minnesota's bigger, so I think I'd have a better chance of doing anything over there as far as staying away and all that.
Thank you. We talk a lot more, but thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Other questions or?
Mr. Pendleton, the record shows that you were tested in 2024 a couple of times for methamphetamine. Can you describe your history of drug use and whether or not you've ever sought treatment or been recommended for treatment?
Yeah, I went through treatment a couple times. At that time, it was just that I lost somebody, and here there's not much of an outlet. So I know I shouldn't have jumped that way, but with everything I had going on the outside and not really being able to control it, that's what I sought. But as far as treatment in here goes, there's not much of it, especially not here.
So were there other instances where you were tested and found to be using drugs?
Yeah, throughout my prison stay, yeah. There's been a couple.
Do you believe that you would benefit from treatment, substance use disorder treatment?
I think some part of treatment I would need, but as far as that goes, I know what I need to do, and I know slipping back into it was part of it. But yeah, some kind of treatment would help.
You've been part of a step-down referral in Montana, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, I have been.
And what was the reason for that? Why did they put you in that program?
Well, I was talking to somebody. They happened to get in a fight, and I happened to be within the vicinity of them guys fighting. And they said I had a part in it, and they decided to put me through the program.
You know what being a Pride member means?
Yeah, partly.
What does that mean?
It just means that you're there for your people as far as the race goes. It means that you're trying to uplift them as best as you can.
And is that your role with respect to the security threat group involvement you've had?
Yeah. It is. I try to uplift my people, try to help them with whatever they need. But some of them are, what can I say, not the same mindset as I have.
Who do you consider to be your people?
Native Americans. Because inside prison, it's about your race as far as white, black, Mexican, Native. So that you just that's kind of how it is in here, and there's not really much changing for that. Yeah, right? There's nothing you can really do, and it's been like that for a long time. I understand Minnesota has different STG groups, but as far as being out of state and different facilities, it don't work like that.
Is the Pride gang pretty exclusively Native American?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And were you involved in their targeting sex offenders?
That's not my role in the whole thing. Whatever they had at that point was on them as far as the ones that control that part. For me, I'm more teaching and elevation and moving forward, trying to help people as far as like my people coming in with schooling or trying to teach them something. So all that took place was not what I had going on.
Is the Pride gang only in Montana, or is it in Minnesota as well?
No Pride gang in Minnesota as far as I know. It's from the federal system. So there was here, Arizona, and here, as far as I know. I haven't been nowhere else, so I don't know about anywhere else outside of that.
Mr. Pendleton, when you have the opportunity to return back to community, do you see yourself engaging in Dakota tradition, ceremony, community in any way?
Yeah, that's a part of my religion. So I will be attending ceremonies and powwows and sun dances and everything. And then there's Dakota classes and stuff where you can learn to speak your language and everything. And I'm kind of real interested in all that. So I'm hoping to pursue all that when I do get out or when I do get back into the community.
Mr. Pendleton, could you describe the step down program to me? What does that look like?
You go through packets of change, and you go through things, and you do these packets as far as motivation to change and things like that. And you go through your program, just means that you're in locked housing until you move your way out, kind of. You get rec and everything, and then you kind of go up in levels, 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. So when you're good, you get moved up in levels every couple months. Is the best I can explain it.
Do you find it helpful so far?
Yeah, it's helpful. It's giving me time to think and be by myself and work my own program and do what I need to do as far as mental preparedness and everything. So yeah, it's good. I like it.
Other questions? Mr. Pendleton.
Mr. Pendleton, so you referenced working your own program.
Andrew, we can't hear you if you're.
Now can you hear me?
Oh.
Andrew, I can hear you.
It's maybe related to a WebEx Zoom connection, maybe I'm thinking.
How about now? Okay.
This is Joy Earhart. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is Joy Earhart.
To hang up and reconnect.
Yeah, just in case.
Can't.
Andrew, can you try to connect, disconnect and reconnect?
About now.
Joe, you're fine.
Right, we'll see what that question is. Joel, can you try to speak and see if we can hear you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
No.
Maybe someone there could ask this question for
There's
me.
something in between the connection here. It sounds like with Zoom and.
Okay.
Mr. Pendleton, can you just help give me a little bit of if we were to think about moving you back to Minnesota, you know, that's a big transition. We've been there once, right? Where you came back.
Yeah.
What would you do differently? Not, I understand that, you know, there could be other people, but what would you do differently if you were to come back here?
Well, last time I was just too loud about me being back and knowing people from the past and everything like that, coming from Arizona and just kind of being too friendly with people I knew I shouldn't have been. So I would change that, kind of work on hobby or program or something while I can, while I have the time to do it.
What's the longest period of time that you've been discipline free?
2-3 years, maybe 4, because I think Arizona was discipline free for about 4 or 5 years. Why did the teacher's aid thing in the schooling? And then off and on 2-3 years here and there.
What accounts for you doing so well for those periods of time, do you think?
When I was in a program, I was teaching. I mean, my mind was focused on helping individuals get their GED or myself try to get a college degree, but yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. So we're waiting for the reconnect here, but yeah, it looks like we got Andrew, can you hear us now? Andrew?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Yep, you are coming through. Multiple versions of you.
Do anything today.
Yeah, I don't know why my video doesn't show up on the screen. It shows up on mine. But anyways, So I'll go ahead and ask the question I was going to ask. Mr. Pendleton, I'm assuming you can hear me?
Mr. Pendleton, can you hear him?
No, I cannot. No, I cannot. No, I cannot.
Check, check, check. Test 1, 2. Can any participants hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Yes, we heard Andrew as well, John. I'm using the handheld mic right now. Andrew, could you relay your question to us, and then we will relay it to the incarcerated person?
Sure. Yeah. So my question was, he referenced that, during his time in step down that he's kind of working his own program. I'm just curious, what does he mean by that? Like, what does that consist of?
Mr. Pendleton, can you hear us now?
What was that?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
We'll try to get rid of that repeat.
Yeah.
You indicated. Is there a way to do it here?
Test 1, 2. So laptops not needed. Echo. We also need laptop. I know that you laptop. So it's the Zoom into the WebEx meeting that's what you said. So
My speakers are muted.
Pendleton, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I'm gonna just ask this question here, but give you a chance to think about it, but I'll have you wait to answer. But one of the things that you had indicated earlier to a question was speaking about step down, and while you were on step down, working your own program. And the question that board member was asking was, what did you mean by working your own program? So just think about that for a second. We'll get people reconnected here.
On still.
They're all on? Okay, we have just a couple of people out of the room here.
Oh.
Okay, Mr. Pendleton, go ahead with your answer to that question. You know, while on step down, you indicated that you have been working your own program. What is your own? What did you mean by that? What did you mean by your own program?
My own program, I mean by what's better for me, not everybody else. What works for me as far as studying or talking to my family, working a program up here, not being so involved with what's going on around me. Just what's going on with me and the ones that I got close to me as far as family and reconnecting and things like that.
Okay. Do you understand why I have some, at least I have, and I'm sure, I guess, I don't want to speak for other board members, have some concern about bringing you back, given the fact that you have had some struggles with STD connections out there?
Yes, I do. I understand.
And you know, that's why that question around what would you do differently is such an important one, because it sounds like when you came back, you may have been, I don't mean this to sound as kind of harsh as it is, but maybe talking a little bit, running your mouth about stuff, maybe? Is that what created some problems?
It's not so much that, it's just letting people know that was back, and just, you know what I mean, just arguments over small things that shouldn't matter, but you never know what's going through somebody else's mind or how they're feeling that day or what they're doing. So things happen when you don't come across the way you mean, if that makes sense, like respectful or honest or. And
so when you were involved in the offense, that there was some gang level stuff going on at that time, was there not?
Yeah, there was.
And what was that? What was the gang rub? What was the beef?
Well, it started with a fist fight, and it started over the one that lost. It started with him threatening families, and then it just escalated to other things and robberies and all the stuff that goes with gang violence. It just kept escalating and escalating to a point where things like this happen, and it should have never happened. Should have never got to this point.
When you say the one that lost, are you speaking of your victim?
No, one of my family members. I mean, he lost, and he got overexcited about it and started talking like he was big and this and that and threatening families, and then it went from him to the other side, and it just got to a point where everybody was involved in it. Everybody wanted to know what was going on from both sides, not just from where I stood.
Sure.
And it never got to that point. I mean, if we would have sat down and talked, it probably would have been fine. Yeah, I mean, but when you don't address things, it gets worse and worse.
Yep. All right. I don't have any other questions, Don.
I
Have you had any opportunity to talk about these concerns, your vulnerability, your starting over, say on a one-to-one with any individual, native or non-native?
Well, I wouldn't have a issue with that. I mean, there's a lot of things from over the years I would like to work out as far as emotional and mental and like how to pursue things that I never got to learn. So talking to somebody or building on that would help.
So you're open to that, or you see the benefit of that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Any opportunity in Montana that you're aware of?
No, not that I know of. There's a lot of programs and stuff that they're trying to pursue now within the last couple of years, but the newest one I know they had was the victim's impact. And as far as having counselors and people you can talk to, it's just not, it's not here.
You've been at many prisons, or 3 or 4 different facilities, is that correct, in different states?
Yeah, I've been in 3 prisons altogether: Arizona, Minnesota, Montana.
Did you meet any people in any of those that you wish you could have sat down and talked to?
Well, I wasn't in Minnesota long enough. Arizona, I don't. It's just, it's not like that out there. Here, it's not like that here either. I mean, there's no programs, there's no therapist. There is, but they're far and few between. So it's hard to get time. Yeah, I mean, to do things like that.
So no opportunity has been there, but it sounds like you're open to that opportunity if it were presented to you.
Yeah, I would be.
Okay. And the question is, where can that happen? You're ready to put in some time and energy in that.
Yeah.
I think native or non-native would be most helpful.
Yeah, it would. It wouldn't make a difference to me as long as they're willing to sit down and talk.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No.
All right. Mr. Pendleton, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments.
Well, I've been doing this a long time and it's been a struggle. Losing people, not being where I should be. On the other side of it too, the grief, the pain I put everybody through. It's just, I want to try to build and change and do something different. Something people can be proud of. And I'm doing everything I can to make that happen. Making amends would be a big thing too. But it depends on the people that have allowed me to do it. And crying is all I can do. I've come a long way. That's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And with that, I'm going to close this discussion and open it up for board discussion and deliberation. During that time, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'll open it to the board for discussion.
What's the opportunity or the best opportunity in Minnesota for this man? At least I'm unfamiliar.
And this is as I kind of indicated, a challenging situation just because it's, I mean, taking a chance would be bringing him back to medium custody. I just don't feel good about the likelihood of success if he were to go to close, and we're taking a chance by moving him to medium.
Excuse me, why medium?
Because I just don't think that, first, I think programming access becomes a challenge, the higher up you go. Using close is challenging because of some of the very folks that he may get connected with could become a challenge or a problem. And so, I mean, and then, programming rich environments and even things, whether even Native American programming is like at Lino, in some places they're doing some really remarkable things with on the culture side and sweats and ceremony and some of those sorts of things that I think can be beneficial. But this is the challenge.
I guess where I'm at, I see him sort of stage one. He's miserable enough to really want to change. And where can that almost negative energy, where can that be pushed, or where can that be taken advantage of in a positive step? It's hard to see right now. But I think he's ready for some change. My optimistic view.
Are you able to hear me now?
Well, I'm going to make a motion here, and I'll probably take some grief for this from some of our own people, but I'm going to move a denial of parole, 3-year continuance. Part of that would be a move back to Minnesota, and working on kind of the identification of a comprehensive program that would, this is really going to be make or break, right, for him. I think the demonstration of his ability to come back, not get re-engaged in gang stuff, and that kind of stuff is going to be important, because I think, just speaking as the person responsible for the security of the facilities, if he messes that up, I'm going to get him moved somewhere else again, and it's going to limit his opportunities. But I feel that sense of him wanting to, on the one hand, and I want to double down on that, what he's saying. I would really expect, and I just want to make this would be a conditional caveat, that there would be no more discipline pending his transfer, period. If no ifs, ands, or buts. And that's not going to happen overnight. We have to make arrangements for transportation and all of that stuff, figure out the right place for him to go, and have the folks develop a really good comprehensive plan that's going to make the most of his time. So that's the motion that I would make. Is there a second?
Second.
Well, there was some unanimity in that.
I just need to point out the barring participants.
Andrew, he won't be able to hear you.
Right now, so I'm not sure what that means for you guys.
Okay.
Voting and everything.
They can see them.
Okay.
And I can see them.
Okay, if we could, that way.
So if they just nod,
Yeah.
or
So we have a motion and we have multiple seconds to that motion. If we'll do a roll vote, and when we get to our online members, if they could just give a hand signal of their expressing their vote up or down. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Yes. Board Member Larson. Yes. Board Member Ramstad.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. Pendleton,
Yes.
you heard the conversation we had, right?
Yes, I did.
And what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah.
I mean, we're putting you on a path here. This is make or break, my friend. You really have to double down. If you want to see the possibility and the opportunity for release under this new legislation, this is good. It's critical, and it's conditional. So make sure that there is no more disciplinary stuff prior to your transfer, or we will not be pursuing that. You understand?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right, we'll get a letter off to you with all kind of detailing all of this, and then we will also begin the process of working with the folks at Montana DOC, who we're deeply appreciative of for helping make this meeting happen, and the other elements that were required to put this meeting together. So we're grateful to your case manager there and the staff at Montana for helping make this happen, and we'll be in contact with them to begin the process of planning for your eventual return to Minnesota. Okay?
Yep, thank you.
Good luck to you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, we're connected.
Yeah.
I have to reconnect them in the bridge.
First thing I'd like to start talking to him. What happened? The shot let's get off. Move control. How can that happen?
Okay, John, we're connected and we can see the meeting inside.
Still have that 1 year consecutive, right? 12 months.
Well, he would be seen by the board then, and they would have to make a decision about next steps.
So he'd still have that 12-month consecutive?
Unless it gets collapsed.
After that.
Unless they collapse it, yeah.
Unless who collapses?
The board, because they can collapse a consecutive sentence. He's eligible now.
Yeah, he's already eligible.
So we could collapse it?
Yeah, he's eligible in 2018, so he could be completely done.
Okay, thanks.
All right, here we go.
All right. Can you hear us there at Lino?
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
Let's have this open so we can hear all better.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Amani Fardan, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Mr. Fardan also has his advocate. Is it Mr. Justin McNeil participating today, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. I'll also introduce our board members. We have member Christine Bray, member Joe Earhart, member Andrew Larson, member Cheryl Ramstad, and our juvenile expert member Jody Nelson, and juvenile expert member Donald Strufert. Our records indicate that on October 10th of 2005 in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, Hennepin County, Minneapolis police responded to a report of a shooting. Upon arrival, they found an adult male victim lying in the parking lot with his pants pockets turned out and an empty cell phone holder. The victim was pronounced dead at the scene from a gunshot. Later that morning, Minneapolis police responded to a report of multiple acts. An adult female victim and an adult male victim stated that as they returned to their apartment in the early morning hours, they were approached by 3 juvenile males and 1 adult male, later identified as Amani Fardan and his co-defendant. Fardan had a rifle and another co-defendant had a bat. They proceeded to take keys, wallets, PIN numbers from the victims, and then forced them into the trunk of the car. 2 of the co-defendants then took the victim's car to an ATM and withdrew $200 from one of the victim's bank accounts. Fardan and the co-defendant remained with the 2 victims. When the 2 co-defendants returned from the ATM, they all used the stolen keys to access the victim's apartment, where another victim, an adult female, was asleep. The intruders covered her head with a blanket, tied her hands behind her back, and told her that they had shot her friend and to be quiet. The three co-defendants took multiple items and left the apartment. Fardan then sexually assaulted the female victim in multiple ways and then left the apartment and rejoined the other suspects. The group then had victims who were in the trunk of the car. The group then had the victims who were in the trunk of the car take off all their clothes and get back into the car trunk. Fardan then fired his gun 3 times into the trunk, striking one of the victims in the arm and in the leg. They then drove the 2 victims onto the freeway and left them naked. Amani Fardan was convicted of 16 different sentences in Hennepin County District Court. On October 3rd of 2007, at his first trial, he was found guilty of 13 crimes and not guilty of 3. A 486-month sentence was imposed. These sentences consist of multiple sentences for kidnapping, aggravated robbery, assault, burglary, false imprisonment, and first-degree criminal sexual conduct. On May 20th of 2008, at his second trial in Hennepin County, Fardan was found guilty of first-degree felony murder and first-degree aggravated robbery in connection with the death of Bernard Brown. Fardan was sentenced to life imprisonment with an eligibility to be considered for parole after a minimum of 30 years for that first-degree murder conviction, which is to be served consecutive to his 486-month sentence. Mr. Fardan has served 9 of his sentences and is currently serving his 216-month first-degree criminal sexual conduct sentence. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Fardan now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years incarceration. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 19 and a half years of incarceration. His original minimum confinement release date is October 23rd of 2062. Given the changes of the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Fardan is eligible to be considered for parole as of October 13th of 2025. It should be noted that Mr. Fardan has a 30-year life sentence yet to be served, in addition to a 1-year and 1-day sentence for assault of 2 correctional officers, which occurred on September 13th, 2011. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fardan. How are you?
I'm nervous, but I'm doing all right.
Okay. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Seeing that I still haven't completed treatment yet, I expect that to be continued, but I would like to see that. I would ask that upon completion of treatment that I could be moved down to minimum and then work release, but I know that I had those mandates to complete first, and I plan on doing that as soon as possible.
So right now, as I understand it, you're in SUD treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is that? When do you would anticipate being done with that?
Hopefully very soon, within the next couple of weeks. I officially began December 31st of 24. So it's been about 4 months, give or take. So I'm waiting on my what they call an ITP, individualized treatment plan, and I just finished the one I was working on with co-occurring disorders. So hoping to get that in, complete that as soon as possible.
Okay. Do you sex offender treatment is also kind of an expectation. How do you feel about doing that?
I'm not opposed to doing that at all. I understand that, with the crime I was convicted for and the one that I committed, it's very important that I complete that so it won't happen again. But as far as completing it, I'm hoping to do it, as soon as I can. Hopefully after I'm done with triad. But I don't have any, like I guess like some people, I guess, like I don't need it. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that at all. So me, I'm just, like as soon as it's offered, I'm willing to, I'm more than willing to do it and complete it to the best of my ability, and continue with aftercare and just bettering myself.
Can you talk about the ways that you have changed during the course of the last 19 and a half years?
But like when I first came in, I was very volatile, very angry. Didn't have any type of emotional regulation or control, like with how I reacted to things, and always in and out the hole. And that continued, I guess, until my early 20s. I was hurt, sad, angry at myself, and maybe the world, because I most likely pointing fingers, try to blame or put stuff on other people instead of, looking at myself. But once I got out of Old Park and started doing programming in 2013, and I guess once I hit my mid-20s, I kind of matured, a lot, and then kind of really took a look at myself as, what did I want, and how could I break the cycle of repeating the same mistake over and over again and getting tired of it. So just looking at myself and I guess putting in the work to, not be the person who I was, and, wanting to be the person that, not just who I wanted to be, but, that who I know I should be. So I guess during that time, kind of maybe 24, 25 was really when I kind of, got into programming and continued it. It hadn't been a, overnight process at all. And I had, my ups and downs. I had my setbacks, but throughout, the process, I kept on, progressing and doing things to better myself. And that's what I'm still doing. It's like, I know that, I'm not perfect. I definitely don't want to be the person who I was when I came in. Just doing what I can, any opportunity to, program and better myself. I've been kind of, I guess, participating in or trying to inquire about. So it's been a long journey. And it's, I guess, kind of started, really progressed, when I was in my early 20s. I mean, like my mid 20s. And it's one day, it's never going to be, it's never ending. It's because I'm always, wanting to better myself and try to at least, try to try to do what I can to right the wrongs that, I caused, and then to make sure that it never happen again. So it's not, I can't really say an exact point. It's been kind of like an ongoing progression as like my overall change.
when you think about your offense and your offenses, who do you think, who was harmed, and in what ways were people harmed, do you think?
The victims themselves, the victim family, was harmed the most. This, I don't know, it's had it for a long time. I couldn't or didn't want to take accountability or accept the fact that I caused that harm to someone's life. And I harm people in ways that it's not at all acceptable. But apart from them, the community, their friends and family, people that they work with, and then through going through restorative justice, I didn't look at myself, like the people who I victimized, as far as family, my family. So this ripple effect is this ongoing, and this everybody's affected by the harm that I caused. So I've been trying to do what I can to at least create a positive impact or change, make positive changes.
How do you? What are the ways that you express your learning, your awareness of the harm you caused? What are the ways you do that?
Yes, I'm gonna add things, instead of taking away and hurting people. I do what I can to at least create positive change in this and help people, in small ways, do whatever I can. Whether it's programming, being a tutor, helping people in treatment, because I would say one of the other things too is the apology letter workshop is doing what I can there, because I never get the chance to speak directly. I didn't take the chance to speak directly to the victims and convey the remorse that I had. But as far as doing what I can is getting involved in different programming, the positive programming that's being offered in this, I guess, doing is living, I guess, being a change, and just trying to help others. And whether it's in here or out there, that's something that, I kind of set off on, the path of at least trying to, do right and add to people's lives instead of, take away like I've done before. So probably, big or I do what I can.
Okay. You've done some stuff with art from the inside, right?
Yeah.
Is this one of your pieces of art? Can you see that?
Let's see.
Kind of hard to see. Get close. You got to get closer. It's I don't know where exactly. Yeah. We'll get a lot closer so you can see what that looks like. That's yours. What is that?
I think the caption was a flower that bloomed in the dark. It's like this.
From the ashes, I think, is this one.
Yeah. So, I mean, despite being in a environment that I grew up in. I don't know, just trying to so that positive things could come from just all the negativity that's that surrounds me. So even though I don't know, it didn't start off kind of good or positive, eventually I kind of I don't know did positive things. So that's one of the ways that I try to express change.
Mr. Earhart.
Yeah.
What does the art say? What does it communicate? I mean, how?
I don't know. I think it could be transformative. To me, it's I don't know, therapeutic in a way because I am able to. I guess I'm not very good at communication, so I'm able to at least put down on paper, or at least trying to get what's inside out there. So.
When you think about the fact that your original sentence would make you eligible in 2062, and that's on the determinant side, as I understand it. How do you cope with the fact that that remains a possibility, right? That you come before the board to look at the possibility of release, and and I think I asked this question because one, that is a long period of time. You're still relatively young, what,
34.
34? Oh, I almost made you older. 34. And so there's a lot of sentence I had, if the board doesn't act.
Yeah.
But let me ask this question, and I ask this really because I think when you look at the gravity of the offenses, really, it's big, right? The rape, the homicide, the kidnapping, all of that stuff. When you look at all of that, what words would you give to the board to help? If we were to be asked, why would you give? What are the reasons you would give Mr. Fardan an opportunity for early release at some point in time? Help us by giving us some words that you think would be demonstrative of and worthy of a grant of early release at some time.
I mean, it's a really hard question because, from your perspective, these are serious crimes. Horrible crimes that, I don't deny at all as far as, the weight of them is, it's heavy. And I understand that, regardless of whatever decision you make, your people are going to ask, well, why are you even considering this person? And I know, for one, I'm not that same person at all that I came in as, and it's not to try to make excuses or minimize. I was 15 at the time, so I didn't know. I really didn't know who I was. I made choices on impulse. I know I did a lot of stupid things, and I wasn't thinking at all. But through my incarceration, I did grow up. And I did, take a hard look at myself, and to accept that, I did, hurt a lot of people, took someone's life, innocent person's life that, I think about, every day. It's like, I don't know, it's tough because, I mean, how do you, I don't know, like, talked about, restorative justice, repairing the harm, but how do you, get somebody their life back? So that's one of the things that, I struggle with. So I don't know, as far as like things that, that you can tell people, I don't know, so I've been asking myself the same question as far as, how to, even go about providing an answer because, I mean, I can point out the fact that, I was young, and I've done all these things, to change, but at the same time, it's like, can erase, what happened. But the only thing I could say is, I'm not that person who I was, and I'm doing everything that I can to, prove that, and not ever go back to, what I was back then or harm another individual. So I put in a lot of work, and I don't know, it's kind of difficult for me to try to give a clear and concise answer.
No, I understand the struggle completely, and I appreciate that answer and the push and the pull that goes on with that. There was one thing that the last kind of question I have for you was there was some conflict in how you described, and I know you discussed this with the PRT, with how you described the sexual assault in the comprehensive assessment, and then with the team, and talking about feeling as though you didn't have a choice, and can you talk a little bit about the struggles around this and how this became kind of a question or an issue?
I think initially, like when I presented with the question, with the PRT, I didn't look at the response that I gave to that. So it was more of a shock. But as far as I didn't have a choice. I think I might have misspoke on that. But I think at that, when I said that, I was kind of referring to, this feeling like, this overall, feeling of, not being able to get out the situation of, this, the overall night, but I don't think it was specific to, the crime itself, because I talked to, Terrell afterwards, and it's like, because he I don't remember the question, being asked in that way, but I did talk to him, we did discuss about, like, well, because he did challenge me and had me think about it, but as far as, like, I think the question was, how did I give myself permission, and it's like, is something that, I haven't thought about, or, I'm not really, capable of answering it till, like I complete, I go into SOTP and because I could, the question that, the response I had, that was there, it didn't match the question at all. So, and as far as like, how do I give myself permission? I don't know. But it's something that, like I told you earlier, I'm going to go ahead and work on. So I think it was the initial kind of, I was defensive, like, because I'm like, oh, I didn't say that, but not, I don't know if I might have misspoken or not, but so that was, the response, that was the initial kind of, I guess disagreement or what happened at the PRT.
Okay. So because it was not a situation where you did have a choice to the extent that, right, you weren't forced to do what you did, right?
I mean, yeah, and I think like when Christy Sparrow kind of asked that, like my response was like, I wasn't forced, I could have left, but for some reason, which I don't know why, I did, sexually assault her. But, no one made me do anything, even though like at times I might have felt, helpless, throughout the night. But I mean, that was, at any time I could have walked away. So that's, what I come to, accepting, understand that, I did have, choices all through the night to, not participate at all. And so I'm just been working on being, holding myself, accountable to, to all the harm that I caused.
Thank you for that. I'm going to just turn quickly to Mr. McNeil to just to provide his thoughts. That we've been seeing a lot of you.
Yes.
These things. So thank you for being here today, and thanks for supporting folks through this process. I just want to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts with regard to Mr. Fardan, and then we'll open it up to the board to ask questions of either of you.
Excellent. Well, thank you for having me here today, Supervised Release Board. I got touch points with Amani just in February of this year when he attended the Recovery Coach Academy here at Triad to become a peer recovery specialist. And so we came here over the course of 6 or 7 days and did the training, and really stood out that he was catching on to these skills. He seemed very excited about helping people, and I've since come back 1 or 2 times to offer continuing education courses to further his education in this work and prepare him and the other guys for this role. And in that process, he is explaining he had a hearing coming up, and so like I've shared with you before, my role is to show up when people feel they want me as an advocate, or they don't have anyone else that they think would want to come. I show up and I advocate and help prepare, and also, get them to start exploring when that time does come where we're going to do a step down process when the board deems that a possibility, preparing for what the community is going to be like, and then actually following the individuals into the community when work release time hits and those sort of things. I've also been going to minimum, so if that's ever an option for him, Lino Lakes minimum, and offering continuing education classes, preparing people at minimum for the community. And just from what I've seen, he's very soft-spoken, but very articulate. Programming is important to him. Working on himself is important. I'm sure that's been made somewhat clear through your questioning that you've had today, is that an importance for him is learning to get past all those things that got him here to prison in the first place, and that he's very open to the substance use treatment he's into. He's very open to going to SOTP and just figuring out how he ticks so that when time does come to the community, he's best prepared as possible so that he has support people like myself, support processes cognitively, and is able to ask for help. And that's one thing I've noticed in the few months that I've worked with him is anytime he's needed something for this hearing or is curious about something, we set up a phone call, and that he is advocating for himself and is very good at asking for what he needs instead of just acting on impulse, if you will. And so I was very happy to be here with him today, and I'm just going to be his support for however long this process takes. And thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. And with that, I'm going to open the floor to the board members for any questions that they may have.
Have you done anything with respect to restorative justice during your time incarcerated?
Yeah, like I initially started to attending RJ 101 in 2015. I think throughout a few times throughout my incarceration. Most recently was a few months ago, and then I've been involved with the apology letter workshop, and I recently submitted a revised draft to the apology letter bank. But as far as getting on the council, I haven't been able to do that. But anytime it's offered, I try to participate.
Thank you.
Question, if I may. Your words that you used today gave me confidence that you realize the need to change and you're in a process of change. So I appreciated how that could be expressed. When I think of your participation in an apology letter, or just what type of image gives you confidence that you can be released? If we leave words behind and say, is there an image, or have you already created an image that gives you confidence that my apology is going to be sincere and I'm moving towards release? What's the image for you?
Image, I don't know. I would say this continuing walking, the path that I have been, as far as participating in every program, everything that's positive, that could possibly benefit me and others around me. Like, I don't hesitate to take part in. Then even as far like just bettering myself and then growing, like doing college classes, it's stuff that I may not know, but that can help me and challenge me to, I guess, grow in different ways. But as far as the image that that I would want to have, someone that helps people, that it's nothing like the terrible child who I was when I first came in. An adult who is extremely remorseful, and just always am willing to I guess go that extra mile to create a positive impact. So I would say this, I guess, keeping on the path and this kind of living, doing what I'm saying, not, having that, competition, who I want to be.
Thank you. I guess part of my question was you made quite a few paintings beyond one we saw here.
I haven't recently, but I mean, like when I was in Stillwater, like I think the last thing I did with art from the inside was recently in the AG's office. But I mean, any opportunity to try to do something that has a positive impact, I'm willing to try and do my best. But as far as like doing anything here recently, art wise, no, I haven't. But that's something that I would want to continue, if and when I do get out there with Antonio Espinosa, because it's powerful, and it's I don't know, it has a positive impact, not in here but out there too.
Yes, I've seen some of that positive impact in other forms, but I guess what I'm wishing, I hope I can see your next painting where that's expressed in the best way you can.
Oh yeah, me too.
Send me one.
I will.
Other questions?
Mr. Is it Fardan? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Fardan. So a couple of things. One, I just want to commend you on kind of the academic work that you've done during your time. As I was reading through your packet, obviously I'm struck by the challenges that you had early in your kind of developmental years, and school was not something that was important to you for a variety of reasons. But so I'm really struck by the effort that you've put forth to make that a priority for yourself now. So I just wanted to comment on that. But then question is, so you referenced that one of the items that you have to do yet is treatment or sex offender treatment program, and it doesn't sound as though you have any reservations about that, which again, like that, I think that is insightful in and of itself, because oftentimes that's not the sort of feedback that at least I've heard in some of these hearings. So interested to hear from you, like what are you hoping to gain from participating in that particular program?
More about like why I did what I did to the victim in the first place, and like even though like at the time I didn't know why, I'm sure there's reasons why, and just to make sure that it doesn't ever happen again. Just learn like by participating in these different programs, whether it's SUD or the upcoming SCOP. Like I learned things, like so like I take that that knowledge in and really try to apply it to myself and doing what I can, at least understand it, and if I could help those around me. So like even like when it comes to like right now, all right, so in treatment got a thing called thinking reports. Like when I first came in, I was like, I didn't understand it at all. But like I took the time to kind of really dissect it and kind of break it down, and now I'm able to understand it, and I guess walk through it, and then be able to help someone else walk through it too, like explain it to them. But by doing that, I had to work really, I guess, understand over everything. So, everything what's being taught, or or yeah, what's being taught, and then really look at it and apply it to me. And then it's not just another box that I'm checking. This this process it's an ongoing one that I've been this it's been off and on for a long time. But as far as like the treatment programs, like because of my indeterminate sentence, I've really never been offered the opportunity to. So now they they are being offered. I have no hesitation on getting in there and then learning what I can to help better myself.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none. So, Mr. Fardan, at this time, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to provide any final comments of the board.
This first off, like I was thinking about this earlier, because I didn't know like who was it going to be here or not. But just I'm extremely sorry, and remorseful for any pain and suffering that that my crimes did cause to the victims and their families. Extremely remorseful, and it's doing what I can to right my wrongs. I'm not making any excuses. I'm not minimizing these things did happen. So throughout my incarceration, I've been it wasn't it was iffy in the beginning because I didn't I had a lot of growing to do. Charlie. But but I kind of got to the point of getting tired of of doing the same thing over and over again, or going down the wrong path. And it's like I got tired of disappointing the people that cared about me. So like family, that been there, it's tired of being a disappointment. So I started putting it in the work and making that change. And I can't do enough. I can't make enough apologies or for the wrongs that I did commit. And it's like as far as especially RJ, when I won, it really opened my eyes, to the ripple effect that I did cause. And every time I take the class, Miss Offer, I learned new things, new perspectives, and it's like really made me take a look at, it's not the web of relationship, but the harm that I did cause, not just I used to be egocentric, like I just thought the world revolved around me. That's who I was, But this understanding that and accepting that it doesn't, I'm just one piece of the puzzle, and I made a big disastrous ripple effect. I gotta take accountability for it. And so I'm doing what I can to do that. And I just hope that my actions, or what I've been doing, throughout my incarceration, especially as of late, it has demonstrated, that I'm not, the 15-year-old who I came in as, who did all these horrible things, which I don't deny. And I'm definitely, if given a chance, would not be any type of danger, to the community. Just hope that I do get the opportunity to, get out there and make positive impacts. So that's, about all I can ask for.
Thank you. Thank you for that. This time I'm going to close the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open it to the board for discussion of next steps.
I have a question. How many, regardless of this life sentence, what else does he have pending? How many more months?
A year and a day for assault on staff.
And that's consecutive, right?
Right. So he's got the 30-year life sentence, 30-year minimum life
Yeah.
sentence.
And then a year and a day. Okay,
So,
thank you.
mhm.
Well, I'll just make a motion.
Sorry, he's currently serving as CSC.
The determinant sentence.
Could you clarify?
So he's finished serving a bunch of sentences out.
Yeah.
That were shorter and consecutive. And he's now serving the sentence for his criminal sexual conduct case, which has, it's an 18 years, served 12. And then he has the 30-year life sentence, and then.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Assault.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion just to get things started or moving. Motion to deny parole, that he remain involved in triad, complete sex offender treatment, get into doing financial planning, expand support network, no discipline, and continue for 3 years. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion. I'll just say that I'm only a bit concerned about the time. And that is that SO treatment itself is looking at 20 to 24 months. He's got some of this to do. And so I think just 3 may be an aggressive timeline, but I just make that observation.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly open as the motion maker to expand so that he has time to complete both.
Clarify, what did the minimum eligibility date, how is that factored in here? Or what did that reduce?
The juvenile.
Yeah.
Okay, so he actually falls under the 20-year.
Because of the number of,
Because of the consecutives and the number
Yeah.
of victims, but he didn't go all the way to the 30 because he did not have 2 consecutive life sentences. So he's a 20-year minimum. And that eligibility date was 10/13/2025.
Okay.
So
This year.
October of this year. If that's the one you're asking about.
Yeah, just wondering where that fit in. So that basically, am I understanding right, that sort of is completed or will be completed in October of 25?
No, that would mean that the board would have the authority under the law to effectively collapse all sentences and grant supervised release effective October of 2025.
Okay.
Back to the 3 years.
Other than the fact that he isn't finished with treatment.
Yeah.
I like the 3 years aggressive timeline for a review. I think, one of the things that, he talked about it somewhere in the book that he didn't want to get his hopes up. And I think hope is going to be a critical component here to continuing to keep him moving. I'm also impressed with the particular people in the community that are support for him. So I think he's got strong community support. Once he, with a good measure of hope, starts to put that plan together and sees that the opportunity to be in community, I think there's going to be a good
plan for success that he can create with the people that he knows.
I'll just say that, I will just be really honest that the poll here is immense for me, just as an individual board member, because on the one hand, I do hear and see some of the progress and some of the work that he's done. This is a big hill. When we think about the impact, the harm, the loss of life, despite his youth, it's a big hill, and I just want to be honest that I struggle with that. That does not mean that I could never see him, getting an early release, but I think that there's multiple levels of decision making that are going to need to happen here. And I think the decision making is not merely supervised release, even in 3 years, because while he may be at that stage of moving into a determinate move, what is that his? He doesn't have a hard date to that.
The CSC, he does. It's October of 2032.
So at the 2032 is really when his hard out is, and that he would transition.
He would still have a life sentence.
He's right. It's transition to his life sentence because he would have to begin service of that. I think what's really important is that we're clear about the fact that the decision points here are decision points around what we want to grant. Supervised release can be granted on one offense or on all. And so that the decision matrix really is more complex than just completion of whatever it is and then the decision, because the decision to move to supervised release even in 3 years will be first on those consecutive sentences, because that's the ones that are in play right now. But the board could then choose to collapse the others. So I just lay that out because it's not just a single decision about the parole or not.
Okay. We don't talk a lot here about kind of the childhood experience and complex childhood trauma that he has experienced. And so for me, it's not just the fact that he was 15, but all the other stuff that we know about his home environment, his, parenting, the fetal alcohol effects, all of that leads to this, terrible, horrible night of terrible, horrible action. And so, just to say, it's not just that he was 15 and a juvenile, but that there was a lot of fuel.
And I don't disagree. I acknowledge that. I also am really mindful, and I'm really hopeful around the SO treatment side of this, because I look at some of the actuarial sides of the assessment, and that concerns me as well, especially given the fact that he is remains a young man, at least relative to myself, and
me,
probably most of us at this table. But I think that's a factor, and as well, and not to say that that's insurmountable, but important.
I appreciate the information you provided. I don't see where a 3-year decision at this point inhibits the opportunities for extended decisions later. Or at least if we decide 3 years today, that doesn't box us in or box in the board to what's going to happen 3 years from now. So I'm with my colleague here. 3-year decision is most hopeful, and I
could just put out there as something to think about, as you could do it for whatever period of time you like, conditioned on he can request a review once he's completed both programs. that's an option because he's likely looking at another 3 years of programming, I would imagine, if he gets accepted on time and gets in right away and makes good progress. I believe he has aftercare left for triad, and so that's another year.
You know, I really do like the option of that he completes both programs and then we review. And I understand the thing about hope, but I think as he continues down the treatment path, I guess my thought is he may really get into it.
And what you were saying then, Rebecca, is then he would request at that point. I kind of like that plan because because the other word that came out that I heard was helpless. And so then it's on him. He's not helpless and hopeless. He requests that. He's the driver of that. I like
gives him incentive.
Yeah.
And you know, depending on what our schedule looks like come that time, it doesn't happen like they don't write and get a review the next month. It's a verification of completions and, you know, where can they be fit into your schedule next. So
I would just caution that process can be super frustrating for people on who have completed. So it's nice to offer that off ramp, but it might be better to set a time specific. And if he gets done earlier,
how about that?
Then
right,
that
that's
happen.
what I meant.
Yeah,
I like
that idea. I do too.
We have to restate that.
Yeah, and what would that be then? What would the continuance be when?
It could be whatever term you want, and then that he would then request to be seen earlier than that. You know, whatever period of time that would be.
Is 3 years. Yeah. What if the motion is a continuance for 4 years?
4 years with the opportunity to be seen early should he satisfactorily complete the treatment and the requirements.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable? And
yes.
the motion makers, okay. So there is a motion on the table. Any other discussion? All right. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. So motion prevails. And so, Mr. Fardan, you've heard the conversation here. There's a 4-year continuance. Should you be able to satisfactorily complete the requirements, and we'll spell that out in a letter to you, and we'll certainly communicate what the board's wishes are relative to programming as you go forward. And if that can be completed earlier, you can make that request through the team there, and they will get that to HRU, who will get you on the schedule to be seen before that 48 months passes. Any questions about that?
No, it is. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Next one is a work release person.
This will be in person.
So we might have that one starts. Chris, can I ask you one question on that last one? You said complete triad, sex offender treatment support network, discipline free, and there was one other thing.
Yes, it was financial plan.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Take care. Good seeing you. Yeah, he can.
His own gallery.
He will come up
That's
and
another
onto the
review
side
board.
just a little bit.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi there.
See you again.
Mr. Lang.
Maybe have it right over here. Is that okay? And then you have somebody.
You're gonna have to see. Nice to see you.
Nancy, you guys see the prominence here.
Yes, coming down stairs like that.
Because we have input here.
Yep.
We can. Yeah. Very good. You will just yeah.
Press the button. Sounds good. Oh yeah, oh, you can introduce me. Yeah.
All right, we can get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Stephen Yang, who is present with us at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office in St. Paul. Mr. Yang also has his advocate and sister, Miss Nancy Yang, present today. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. We also have additional board members here at Central Office. We have juvenile expert Donald Strufert, juvenile expert Jody Nelson, member Christine Bray, and also on screen member Andrew Larson and member Joe Earhart. On November 25th of 2000, Stephen Yang, who was 15 years old, shot and killed 22-year-old Simei Vang at point blank range at a park in Ramsey County. The victim's husband had been planning her death for some time and enlisted Stephen Yang to carry out the killing. The victim's infant child was present during the incident. On May 25th of 2001, Stephen Yang was sentenced to life imprisonment by Ramsey County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Yang now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. Mr. Yang was initially reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel on March 12th of 2024. He was continued 13 months and granted the opportunity to transition to minimum custody and then on to work release program. On April 23rd of 2024, he was transitioned to the Lino Lakes Minimum Security Unit. And October 22nd, 2024, he was transitioned to work release program. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Yang's second review after serving approximately 24 years of incarceration. His original parole eligibility date is January 18th of 2031. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
This afternoon, we will be hearing from first family members of the victim. And so with that, I'm going to open the floor to you. And Drea, maybe if you want to just introduce who's going to be presenting.
Good afternoon, board. I want to introduce you to Cyan Lee. She is the daughter of Sia Mi Vang. She will be providing her impact statement today.
Thank you very much for being here.
Good morning. My name is Cyan Lee. I am the daughter of the victim, Sia Mi Vang. And I am here today to share the impact that Stephen Yang's actions has affected me and my family today. Before I do that, I want to share how much anxiety and distress I have been feeling since. It took me a long time before I can get myself to fully compose the statement because I felt like I was ripping open a wound that I spent years trying to sew together. A wound that shouldn't have been placed there since I was a baby. A traumatic experience that I did not have the resources for and spent coping all along for the past 20 plus years. Not only that, but my family had to bear with me as a child, putting all my anger and sadness onto them when they were never the ones who caused me harm. My family had to watch me grow up, wondering why my life was not like my cousins or friends that I made. Felt clueless about my life. They had no easy way to tell me that Stephen was the one that stripped away the life I deserved. Remembering my mother is not something that I'm able to speak on because I was cheated of the life being Sia's daughter when Stephen shot her multiple times, breaking her facial structure in front of me at the age of 2. The only core memory that I was allowed was flashbacks of the day at Mounts Park that haunted me as a child, causing me to have high fevers. I recall these flashbacks and hear multiple bangs and seeing myself go into a fall. A deep fall, watching someone run away. On this day, Stephen was supposed to stage a robbery, thinking that he would harm no one, but he took the life of my beloved mother. Though I'm not able to share any memories of her, I am always reminded of her on holidays like Mother's Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, her birthday, and November 25th, the day after my birthday, which I am forever tormented by. Normally on your birthdays, you'd celebrate another year around the sun, but on mine, I celebrate another year without her here. This blanket that I hold is all that I have left to remind me of my mother, and it's my safe space. As you can see, this blanket has been through the ringer like me. No matter how many times the corners has been detached, my grandmother spent her days trying to sew it back together, like how she spent her life trying to heal the heart she didn't break. You can see Elmo's face. You can see Elmo's face is unrecognizable, and yet I still choose to cherish it like my baby. The threads are coming apart day by day, like my life has felt for the past 20 years, yet I still manage to hold myself up like this blanket. When I cry to sleep, I would hold my blankie so tight to my chest as if it was my mother. When traveling, it was my number one thing that I would never forget to bring because it made me feel at ease, and it felt like some part of her was with me. When I felt lonely, the scent brought me at ease as well. Isn't it sad to see a grown adult like me be attached to a worn-out blanket because it is all she has left of her deceased mother? I spent my whole childhood experiencing victim blaming for the actions Stephen Yang caused on my family till this day. It happens when I go shopping, going to restaurants, family gatherings, and almost anywhere I step foot in, you name it. It feels unfair that I have to live with the consequences of what Stephen paved for me. I couldn't create my own path because everybody knew me as 民有餐桌, which is also translated to an orphan child in Hmong, or child of a killer, child whose mother's deceased, never by my given name, Cyan Lee, Nu Lee, Wang Nu. I walk around with these labels because of his actions. Being constantly reminded of my past life made me feel like I was alone in the world. Though I have my mother's side of the family, which I love, I always felt alone, which caused me to spiral and fall into a deep depression. It was so hard to go through life without my mom because I had to watch others be able to embrace theirs when they are in need. I felt out of place when my cousins and friends speak on their siblings because I never had any. It hurt even more when I had no siblings to run to when I'm in need. I learned to accept my life as days go by, but when I realized that one day I will create my own family, I will grieve for my mother again. Mostly when I have my wedding, she won't be there to dress me in Hmong traditional clothing to tell me to love my in-laws and that she'll always have the doors wide open for me if I ever wanted to come back. I thought that Stephen's actions were only capable of robbing my childhood, but it came right back. It stripped me away from having every Hmong daughter's dream. I won't have my mother to guide me through motherhood. She won't be able to see her grandchildren. And as for my children, they won't be able to be held by their grandmother. Though they will not, they will grow to learn the impact of domestic violence and share my story to create awareness. I will not allow this experience to control my life. And though I can forgive you, I will never forget what you did. In my final words, I would like to request that Stephen Yang be placed in a better intervention program on domestic violence to ensure that he fully understands how much his impact took place. Also, not to use violence in any kind and have a better understanding of how it impacts our community. I would highly request for him to be placed in a culturally specific Hmong domestic violence program to learn the cultural aspect of how it affects our Hmong community. I would love to be updated on the progress, to hear how he has changed and what he has done with the organization to show that he understands the impact of violence, not only on me and my family, but to him and his family as well. I know that Stephen will probably be in an intimate relationship of his own by participating in a domestic violence program. I hope that he will be able to gain new healthy relationship skills. With Stephen Yang sharing his story, I hope he can promote a stop to violence, as it is not just one life, but multiple lives he has impacted, even his own. As for the victim myself, I will continue to spread awareness by sharing my stories and creating awareness for those children who are afraid to voice their experiences like mine. Thank you.
First of all, thank you. Sorry for your despite the challenges, thoughts that you speak. you're pretty remarkable to be able to come in here and do what you just did on behalf of your mom.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. And to the family who raised you, kudos, because they did a remarkable job. And I think they did a pretty good job of keeping that blanket together. So,
That's my grandmother right there.
good on her. She
Yeah. You can see the soul marks here.
She did a good job. So to her, our gratitude and thanks as well. So thank you so much. And so with that, we'll turn to Steve here. And I just, in light of what you and we all just had the chance to hear, I just open the floor to you to say what your thoughts are.
I'd like to apologize. Sorry for causing harm, pain, and suffering. There isn't a day that I don't go by when I was incarcerated and thinking about my actions, how it affected not just only me, my family, but also yours. And then learning later that we're relating. So the fact, it isn't just, it's a lifetime harm and trauma. When I got incarcerated, I didn't understand restorative justice. My main mistake of asking for an apology, and that wasn't my right. I had asked for forgiveness when forgiveness is never a part of the process. When the restorative justice process, when there's harm, you have to heal that harm. When you cause trauma, you have to repair that trauma also. I know that caused you a lot of pain and suffering, and I'd like to one day, hopefully, help repair that harm and heal that trauma. So therefore, you don't have to be alone in this world, because I owe it, being incarcerated, getting educated, it also taught me accountability, responsibility, and obligation. I know it's an obligation for me to make it right. I know I can't right this wrong. I took not only your mother, but I took your life pretty much, because it ruined your life growing up and for the rest of your life. But I hope too that one day I could right this wrong. And for the rest of my life, that's always been my goal since day one when I got incarcerated. When I asked for forgiveness and the victim's mother asked that I do better and be better to get an education and to walk the path of the righteous, which is okay, name done game. So since day one, I've been incarcerated. That's the path I've chose, and that's the path I've done since. I hope that my actions speak louder than my words, so it shows the remorse that I have and the guilt that I carry. Because I can never give you your mother back. I can never take those actions back. But I am guilty of committing the crime. I'm 100% responsible, and that's what I have to live with the rest of my life. And that is all I have to say for now.
Thank you for that. I want to just close some things here. That one of the things that you heard some of the asks of you.
Yes, sir.
What's your reaction to that?
Willing to, yeah.
You're willing to do that without,
yes, sir.
Without question.
Yes, sir. That was my goal also. It was in my release plan also.
Okay. So can you just do this and talk a little bit about the last 13 months? What's been happening, what you've been doing, what that experience has been?
It's a challenge readjusting back in community. I mean, that's the honest truth, because being away so long, being incarcerated as a youth coming out, I don't exist. So I don't have identity. So even if you have a social security, a birth certificate, or even ID, you still don't exist because you're not in the system. So essentially it was the past 2 decades plus has been a blank slate. So nothing and no one in any system don't recognize you until you show proof of existence. And you can't show proof of existence if you don't have bills, don't pay bills, or don't have any forms that document you as a living person. So as far as for work, being in a minimum, being a work crew, you have to readjust to society and community. I mean, it was challenging at first, but because the pace how the world is moving now. However, I just adjust, adapt, and the key part was contributing. Because a long time ago, I had the opportunity to meet Dr. Leslie Green. So he once served on the parole board that once existed in Minnesota. So what he said was the two questions a parole board wants to ask is, what can you offer to the community and what you contribute to society? It took me a long time to actually answer that. And when it came down to it, it's doing the right thing. That's it. Every day, continuously. So it's not that you just go and live life and, forget that, there's a world out there. You have to contribute, have to give back, to pay it forward. You have to, like he says, if parole board was to release you, what do you have to offer? If you have nothing to offer, there's no point in releasing you back to community because you can't contribute to its success or growth. So with me, I realized that what I always had before I got incarcerated and during my incarceration was community service, was to continue to pay it forward and give back. I spent the majority of my time doing volunteering community service work, even while incarcerated. I volunteer every chance that I have, helping, mentoring, tutoring, regardless, or facilitating classes, or teaching men how to do art, or so forth. Even as far as doing study groups for education, college. So it's about adding value and giving something back. But most importantly, it's paying it forward. So end of the day, for me, like that was it. So being on Habitat for Humanity, that's always been one of my goals. That's my lifetime goal, is to volunteer with Habitat for Humanity and help build homes for the less fortunate. That's what I'm good at as a carpenter by trade, but that's not just my only skill because I still owe more. So like as it sits now, like there's a multitude of programs and other groups that want me to speak, but I can't due to conditions of being on work release. Mm-hmm. So after getting off work release, my former mentors and others and other groups want me to speak on my experience to help those who are struggling. Also, for me, like I said, I understood that the reason my crime occurred was due to the domestic violence. That was the key factor. So therefore, while incarcerated, there wasn't much domestic violence programs or anything to help. And those that were offered, I couldn't participate because my crime wasn't specifically domestic violence. So that's always been my goal, was to be an advocate for both domestic violence, restorative justice, and building character. Because I think those are fundamental key factors in improving individuals and hopefully those struggling on their path in their healing journey, so forth. So for me, it's a challenge because life is a challenge. You can continue to see, barriers and so forth, but the best case scenario is to prepare yourself and, help navigate as best as possible. One lesson I learned was it's okay to ask for help, even when you're struggling. And then if you're not understanding something, because most people assume that, they're superheroes, they can tackle every single situation, which that's not the case. Life is never like that. You you always have to rely on others too to overcome barriers and obstacles and so forth. So.
And can you talk a little bit about what you're doing now in work release, or what your work is?
Currently, I'm a warehouse selector. I work for U.S. Foods. I completed the 90-day bridge program. I was able to successfully get a job. I am currently employed with U.S. Foods as a warehouse selector. So.
Okay. And what do you as you look to move forward? What's your just a little bit about your release plan?
My release plan is I'm hoping to be paroled to the community to my sister and my brother-in-law and stay with them. First chance and opportunity pretty much is try to speak engagement. There's a lot of speak engagement that a lot of programs and individuals want me to do, so forth. And that's pretty much, pick up the paces where I left off, community service.
I had read that in your letter that you wanted to get back to volunteering and that work, so I appreciate that. Can we just hear a little bit from your sister? What this last 13 months has been like for all of you, and just to hear what you heard today.
First off, I just wanted to thank the victim for the courage to speak up. It takes a lot. I was never involved in this, but as a person on the sideline, we understand that you're in pain. We can never feel it. We just pray for you every day. As a sister, I appreciate providing that guidance to allow my brother to participate in the domestic violence program, to give him another opportunity. Even though we can't do anything for you in your past and your future, just know that we're staying your family. We've always been afraid to step out to you in the fear that it might bring up old memories that might hurt you, but we're also on your sideline as well. You can always come to us. We're always here whenever you need it. So that it's been an adjustment to have my brother back. We're grateful, but at the same time, we're sorrowful for the impact he's had on you and your family. I actually watch you, and I praise you for all the videos you put out there, for all the things that you do. I'm actually a fan of yours, but a silent one. And again, I fear coming out because opening up those wounds, I know it hurts. I know I have no right to say that. I don't know how that feels. Our family's actually cheering for you as quiet cheerleaders too. I just wanted to.
Thank you for that. And thank you for being here today in support of your brother. I'd like to open it up to board members for any questions that you may have of Steve.
Well, I don't have any questions, but to both of you and to you, this is very moving, and I commend all of you for coming in here, and Mr. Yang for the work you've put into this, and to your sister for support. So
Mr. Snell, can I just add that?
Yes.
Stephen didn't speak of this, but during our last hearing, I had spoken about the restorative justice program we were ramping up to have him as a speaker of that my cousin was leading, and they did get some funding for that, and he is already lined up for that. They already have plans to do a conference this fall in the hopes that he is let out so he can go speak to them. They've already started a young men's program as well that they're hoping to have him be a speaker to, hopefully to help prevent future crimes for kids his age when he was.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Maybe for purposes of conversation, I'm going to make a motion, and I'm going to move. That we grant parole, and that parole date be set out 60 to 75 days, dependent upon the arrangements that can be made for approval of a release plan and final agent assignment, and that HRU be authorized to set that date as needed when that has been finalized and all the paperwork can be concluded. It would also, as part of that, suggest that he be subject to all the terms and conditions of parole or supervised release, which would be a phased program that and subject to all of the standard conditions there too. And in addition, that he be required as a condition of supervision to complete or participate in a culturally specific domestic violence program. And importantly, that and I would ask you to do this today, that you make a commitment, a verbal, stated, explicit commitment that you will not be involved in domestic violence yourself, that you will not engage in acts of violence, and that you will instead use your obligation to bring about the very change that sort of justice effort you're talking about and that should the opportunity ever exist for there to be ways that you could serve the interest of your and her work, whatever that may look like, that we would offer the assistance to have that happen should it become something that there's an interest in. And so that's the motion that's before the board. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Motion and multiple seconds. Any other discussion?
Clarification, ISO.
Yeah, it would be a standard life sentence supervision protocol.
Just a comment as well. Mr. Yang, I've was so impressed with the work that you've done. The letter of support from Damascus Way was a wow.
Mm-hmm.
You obviously have a ton of strength and good stuff to offer. You have been offering. And so from that horrific event, it's clear that you've set yourself on that path to make a difference. And I'm also struck with the difference that you are going to make as well. So I think of these two young people and the direction that you're going into family and culture are so resilient and courageous. So I hope to see the difference you make in the world as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Likewise, appreciate so much your expression and your expressions and the opportunity to come together for a common betterment for all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Hearing another comments to the motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. The board unanimously votes to approve parole and the conditions that were established. We wish you well, and we expect much. I guess the last thing I would just say is that I read that you recently got some homing pigeons. Sometime I'd like to learn a little bit more about homing pigeons and how they work. So when it works, I'd like to have a little lesson in that.
Yes,
so,
sir.
All right. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Good luck. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We have, we're still working, just to let the board members know as it relates to new business, we're still working on that scheduling. I would say we have these heavy calendars, so it's harder to have the conversation around some of the suggestions that came, but we will work that into one of these meetings where we have a little bit of time. I would also just say that to the board that, we are working through a lot of different scenarios related to budget planning for the department. The budget issues are somewhat of a significant issue right now. Part of that and the budget planning, affects all operations, including the board. And we're having some conversations about different ways that we can manage and control work demands and some of those sorts of things. So we will be, as the legislature does what it does and works through the calendar and so forth, we will be coming and bringing information back to the board to make some decisions around, what direction you'd like to go relative to this. And that could be things like, fewer meetings, extending longer, whatever it may be. We're just looking at all the range of all options as we start to do planning for budget across the agency, and not knowing what the legislative outcome is going to be relative to the agency's budget. So just to put that on your radar, more to come. The legislature is supposed to finish on the 19th of May, and that will be good if we can get there and
if they do
know where we're at. The next item just is if somebody would be willing to make a motion to approve the minutes of the April 11th, 2025 meeting.
I move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
There's
the
a
motion.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And the minutes are approved. With that, we have a public comment. That person is signed up for public comment, and so. That's fine. You can come right up here. No, we just.
Oh, are you going to use that microphone?
Yeah, you
Okay.
could come right up here and. If you can just state your name for the record.
Legally, I'm Elizabeth Ann Salonik.
Okay, and go ahead.
And well, this is just another day at work for you all. And this space isn't very intimidating for me. For a lot of the people and the family members of Brian Hooper, this is a really emotionally triggering space. And today we were heavily disappointed that you guys didn't go ahead and vote and decide on a plan similar to the one you just gave the Hmong gentleman, and that you had a specific plan for his reentry. And that's what we were hoping to accomplish today for Brian, and to get him seen as a community member that we've been missing for the last 27 years. That this is a father and an uncle and a cousin and somebody that would have had a positive influence. And I do a lot of volunteer work, and I know that he's only one of over 11,500 rather wrongfully incarcerated individuals in the state of Minnesota. And I know you only have a certain amount of time each day for each case and to make these big decisions. But I would just really profoundly like you to make the best decision for his reentry, because we're missing him. And he would have made a positive impact on more than just his son's life, getting him through a doctorate. You know, he would have been around to cart people to and from sport events and do the dad things, because that's who he is. And so I just want you to take a second and make sure he gets into the program, so that when he does reenter, he has some type of certificate he can employ himself with. We realize that you only have this scope and that he's eligible for parole in 3 years. We understand that, but let's make the best that we can of his next 3 years while he is in your custody, please. And Lino, if that has to be used as a stepping stone, okay, but I feel like Moose Lake would be safer for him, as he's an elder already. And thank you for your time, seeing me as just a civilian. And
Oh, you're welcome.
I don't know the legalese,
Oh.
and I would like to stress that too, that Brian came in positive with his whatever, because he's being triggered and he's seeing his daughter like again 15 years later. You know what I mean? So this is a different environment for him. So when he came to say whatever, his whatever wasn't nonchalant. He wasn't being dismissive of you all. It's whatever you think is in my favor, I'm willing to do. You know, it's not that he hasn't wanted to join programs. It's that he is in a really unsafe environment, and these aren't people that he would have associated with in the free world. You know, he's not around people he would have considered his own peers. Okay, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who has signed up or wishes to make public comment?
Okay.
Good afternoon. If you could start by stating your name for the record.
My name's Natasha
Natasha.
Bennett.
Okay. Thank you.
I came before you to express these deep concerns about the Ryan Huber's case. Ryan's case brought a lot of enlightenment to me, just given researching, you know, what he's experienced. I know that we believe that his opportunity to be reconnected with society was here. So the broader principles of fairness, access, and just the cultural differences that should guide the principles were lacking a lot. Brian has served for some time, as we all know, with discipline, and we noticed that, you know, during his hearing, you are really focused on, you were pointing out a lot of the negative aspects, and Brian, being incarcerated so long, hasn't had the same education as you would get with someone who could like speak properly. And so given that he was in situations and in environments where he was more guarded, his pronunciation may appear to you all as if he was angry. And it was just him not having the mental capacity or the intelligence to speak clearly. And I think it may have been perceived wrong. I think that it is clear that after being in prison for 27 years, substance use addiction cannot be one of the main factors to hold you back from being with your family, because our institution should be protected from any drug and alcohol, and that is a long time to sustain from utilizing any drugs. So finding that as one of the outlets to withhold this individual for retaining society was really disheartening. We learned that although comprehensive assessments are ones that should reflect a person's medical condition, and then those are ones that should be more delicate situations, right? I wouldn't want any assessments I've had with mental health providers and things like that. And we noticed that we looked into certain parts of the comprehensive assessment, and it seemed to be the determining factor that was pointing out in his assessment that there was times where he thought that utilizing physical force was an option, or any type of aggression, or, you know, just basically protecting oneself. And so that was perceived as one of the negative things that was pointed against him. And so what really affected me with that was he gave the analogy of, if someone is trying to attack me, I believe that, yes, I should be able to defend myself. But that doesn't mean that he is a violent member that can't be in society. There are several rehabilitation programs, one that you just heard the young gentleman say, that he's had lots of opportunity. So to prohibit a person who has similar cases in terms of death of a person, where we are actually in the process of fighting for justice for this individual, as we don't believe that, and we have, we are working to say that no, he didn't do this, but we have a person who sat here in this room and he said, yes, I did do this. I took a life, but he still gets to live his life. That's what makes us start to think like, yes, we understand that the diversity and inclusion is going to be removed, but the board needs to be more adhered to cultural differences, right? Who in this room was here to support Brian? We also noticed that his family sat with the public seating, and then the others were able to sit over there, and the board was able to approach their family. So I'm not accusing any of you of anything. I'm simply just pointing out things that I've noticed. And so what I'd like to say here to the is you are a great people. There's nothing against that. But when we are facing 27 years and now another 3 years and we are really fighting for our life, we need to see more people that resemble the people who are coming into this meeting, because not one board member, even though I felt at one point maybe felt like, yes, Brian, should get some redemption. No one stood for Brian. And so I just wanted to say real quickly that we cannot overlook the lack of diversity on this board. Okay, the people, we can't overlook that. We love you, but we can't overlook that. The decision made here impact individuals from communities that are often underrepresented and disproportionately affected by the justice system, right? And when the board does not reflect the lived experiences of those it judges, the risk of unconscious bias, because one thing that we noticed, and I'll just give an example here quickly, that when you were looking at his comprehensive assessment, and we all had admitted that the system did not give Brian these services. If you're incarcerated, you can't provide your own counseling services. You can't take yourself to your own anger management place. We all acknowledge that. But what we did not acknowledge was that Brian shouldn't be held. That should not have held back his release because he needs anger management. Because almost every man that you, release from prison or approve of parole may need some type of anger management. So we just really wanted to respectfully point that out, that representation matters, not that the principle, but it ensures that the decisions are just not contextual, okay? And Brian wasn't asking for any special treatment. He didn't have the mental capacity to sit here and give a plan as to what his release should look like, because he lacked the educational background. He didn't have the foundation. So when the commissioner asked, what is your plan? He wasn't taught a plan. When the commissioner asked, how do you want your release to be? He didn't mentally know. But if Brian was given the same opportunity as the last young gentleman, then Brian could have said that, I want to go to the bridge, get support. I want to go to outreach meetings. I want to go. But he did not have that. And the way that he communicates wasn't to disrespect the board, but that was what he has been guarded with. And that's the form of communication. But it wasn't disrespect. So all I say here respectfully for the public, for anyone who catches this message, I'm not here to judge. You guys took out your time, your day to listen to several different situations. But what I'm saying is that change has to happen. We have to walk into these rooms and we have to be able to believe that when we are fighting for our parole, when we want to be released, just somebody may connect to our cultural backgrounds so they can understand our miscommunications, the incompetence that may come from our speeches, and they may not look at situations as this individual is not ready and deny, right? So I just hope that the family knows how to look into that. And next time that we do come in these rooms, and if your family can sit in special sections, we be granted that opportunity, because Brian Huber's family had a lot to say. His daughter's very educated. One of his sons is working tirelessly in our communities. They should have been able to sit right there and have the same opportunities.
Thank you for your comments. I would just provide 2 points of context, and this is not a dispute.
Sure, definitely.
Simply that the decision before the board today, release was not legally possible. That we don't have the ability to grant parole because there's a 30-year mandatory minimum that is set statutorily. This board has no control over that. Number one. The second part, I appreciate the comment about where family was sitting, and the only difference today was that victims have a statutory right to address the board and speak at this meeting, and that's why they were granted that, and so it is that victim place statutorily that allowed for that. So just wanted to make sure that there's clarity about that as well. But I'm grateful for your comments, and I get that. And I understand. I appreciate that. The challenge for us is that, again, around the victim, it relates to like false, the fact that he is innocent. That again, we're not in a position to address that specifically because we don't have the lawful authority to do that.
Right, but you could give him an opportunity to parole. He could have had the same opportunity, so he's not eligible for parole. So this meeting was just to see about.
It was about the preparation for that. They get seen 3 years prior to eligibility.
And he was denied that, right?
He was. No. He right now is continued, but he is not eligible. Was not eligible for parole today.
Oh, he's not. Because I heard her say denial of parole.
It's denial. Denial is one of the things we have to do from a motion standpoint. But really, technically, he's not eligible. This is about a pre-review before eligibility happens, and eligibility happens when the statutory minimum is hit at 30 years. So
he's got to do 30 years of prison before he's able to even be able to access parole.
To be fully paroled, correct. So
is that a statute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll have to look into that. But thank you guys.
But I appreciate.
Yeah, because I would love to. Like I said, I don't think it's a bad board, but I think it needs just a little more cultural differences. I think we need more people here. You guys shouldn't be the only ones stuck in the room, right? It's not fair, right? We need more of all of us, all inclusion. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, please apply. And thank you for coming. Apply for that board.
Okay.
All right. And with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
At second, and we're adjourned.